Anyways, I decided to check out the seasonal activity since I had some downtime. Riven decided to create an echo of her lair using the memories between her and Mara. For this first section, we need to form a portal in order to escape the trapped room. This requires us to do some jumping and activate some plates. There is also a mechanic that caught me off the first time around, and that's the stacks of pervading darkness. If you collect 10 stacks, you fall over and die. I realized that something was going on because your screen gets covered in darkness, but the thing that got me though was that you have to stand in the light for a little bit longer than you would think. After activating the plates, we enter a room where we have to kill certain boss enemies and light the torches. After that, our goal is simply to survive the final wave. This takes us into another jumping section with the pervading darkness mechanic. With that over, we actually have to drop a raid banner before entering the following room. Enter Rollinger, blade bound to the terrace. It took me a couple of seconds to connect the dots, but this fight reminded me of the Vorgeth fight from the Shattered Throne dungeon. We have to dispatch the Ward Weavers first before dropping the main boss's shield. However, the pervading darkness debuff is much easier to deal with than the petitioner's marks. The fact that you don't have a timer, along with the main boss not being an ogre, plus the fact that I have 2 other teammates are all major factors in making this fight much easier. I didn't die once, so that should say something. Overall, this was a fun activity, but since I'm writing this after playing the Coil seasonal mission, this was but an appetizer. At the Helm's holodeck, Osiris lets us know that an anomaly is casting a shadowing superposition across the veil, resonating with it. We don't know what it is, I especially don't know what it is, but it's drawing away the traveler's connection. Oh sure, co-opting the veil's place in their entanglement as if it were a doppelganger. Osiris has isolated the anomaly signal, and it's emanating directly from the Black Garden. That's a place I do know. The soul devices must enact one final effort to our advance. Oh my god, if you saw the script right now, absolute zero spell checking or rewriting went into this. I cannot believe how poorly worded. Okay, if left unaddressed, we will be unable to follow Crow, which would force us to face the full fury of Marasov. It seems complicated at first, and that was a lot of words to say. Something is blocking the veil in the traveler's connection. Destroy it. Hopefully, future me will be able to understand the finer details.
Breach the garden and dispel whatever interference the Vex have erected there.
Petra contacts us right after with some bad news. Word from the Techians is that Riven's clutch has dispersed across the ley lines of the Ascendant realm. They now orbit our reality like comets around the sun. The Techians don't know how this happened, but they've detected a surge of paracausal energy across the entire transit system. This residual energy has allowed us to predict each egg's trajectory, which makes it seem like good news, not bad. Petra gets annoyed that we have to prostrate ourselves towards Riven yet again, but it's not like we have any other choice. In order to reroute the lines through Riven's lair, we have to enter into the blind well. I'm so glad I have to participate in a public event. At least they gave me some charges. Not that I've ever had to use any. I'm not going to go over my blind well runs. Go watch my previous videos for that if you care. And by previous videos, I mean, I think like the very first video where I accidentally entered a dreaming city and no idea what I was doing. Bad times, bad times. This unlocks step 5 of 55 in the mission, Polysemy. The poly prefix is obvious and semi could have come from semantics, but I was still unsure of the meaning of the word. Polysemy is the coexistence of many possible meanings for a word or phrase. This no doubt ties into the overall theme of the Hamkara and their witch magic. Mara and Savathun have some dialogue where Mara questions Riven's relationship with the Witch Queen. Even though their goals often align, Riven is clearly too self-serving to have done so. With that out of the way, let's talk about the mission. The platforming section is completely different and introduces obstacles along the way in the form of spikes and pushy wall things. This is cute, but once you know to look at the ground, they aren't too difficult to avoid. Funnily enough, this is probably more of a problem for more experienced FPS players because we've been conditioned to keep our crosshairs at head height. The fighting section consisted of us killing some Vex and using an Arc Cranium to destroy Vex nodes in order to release the Ogre from its prison. Pretty self-explanatory there. Another platforming section later, we have to place down another raid banner. Of course, somehow I triggered the event without the doors even opening. Thus I'm stuck until I'm forced to join my allies. Thanks for sticking me in this random corner where I'm stuck for a few seconds. Very cool. This boss fight is against a Hydra titled as an aspirational construct. It has its normal Hydra barrier, but it also has a second shield. By killing some majors, we can pick up an Arc Cranium to beam it down. This fight was going about as well as one could expect until I get detained. My super ran out while I was still in the process of left clicking, thus when I get detained, it switches to my last used weapon, which was my rocket launcher. Thus by left clicking in close quarters, I dropped myself to 1 HP, which allowed the Vex mobs to finish the job. The second time around, I realized that the rocket launcher was actually not all that useful in this fight, and switched over to a linear fusion rifle named the Doom Petitioner. The construct reaches its second phase, and teleports up to where I was standing, so I run all the way across the arena. I managed to drop a healing rift just in time for some supplicators to ram themselves on my ass. I literally didn't even see them coming, and they were too close to ending me. The construct goes down, and I pick up Riven's egg. We return to Mara, who compares Riven to a blade. Osiris continues the metaphor by saying that doubt is double-edged. Mara furthers her thoughts and brings up that this wish was crafted by Savathun. Riven might only be letting us in on what we want to hear. She then asks Osiris if the veil is given him, and he answers. Apparently, Osiris was able to understand how the witness opened the Traveler, but doesn't know how to replicate it. Unfortunately, he needs more time, which is something we don't have. Osiris could try to use our ghost to open up a passageway, but he has to be incredibly careful because if he uses the veil incorrectly, then it could lead to disaster. Yep, that's typically how MacGuffins tend to work. I return to Riven. She gives us further detail into her relationship with Riven. For ages, the Reef and Ahamkara were allies and adversaries. Riven knows that Mara doesn't trust her, but Riven knows that Mara is correct not to do so, as Riven has never trusted Mara in the first place either. They have simply made a trade offer. This completes the first week of the Wishing All the Best questline. This is also where we receive the Caught in the Coil questline, and where the Coil seasonal activity unlocks itself. Unfortunately, I wasted a bunch of wish engrams earlier, but this is where I finally noticed the arrow that led to a second page. I was elated upon finding out that I could focus my engrams on armor. That coveted 100% stat line is that much closer. It's even more unfortunate that I'm only one resilience point away. Tautology is a second mission, and is something I'm quite guilty of when it comes to my scripts. We enter Riven's lair, and she compares the Taken's influence to awoken royalty. Boom, got him. This mission has the same jumping puzzles from earlier, and when I had the light torches, I realized that I've already done this mission in Riven's lair earlier as well. For the boss, we have to dispatch the Ward Weavers first, but this time, Ungoloth, Wayward Beast, is an ogre. This makes it even more like the Vorgat fight, and since I'm solo, does make it a bit harder. I still managed to not die though. I transmit the second egg to Riven, and Mara congratulates us, but complains about Riven forcing us to collect our eggs before granting Savathun's wish. Riven, of course, had her own words to say about that. In a small detail, she also says our proper class, and that's a nice touch to include. I attempted another Legend Lost sector as it knocked off a few things off my current checklist. This time it was the Chamber of Starlight in the Dreaming City. Overall, this wasn't too bad of an experience outside of this one overload hobgoblin that just sits in the top back of the map of the main room with the boss. I only died to this one fuck over and over again. Like, seriously, bro, move! Why are you putting a champion on a sniper all the way in the back? What am I supposed to do against this? Okay, anyways. This managed to also knock out one of Riven's Wish's quests. Crow and Osiris have a heart-to-heart talk as he understands not being under control of his own body. Osiris was still under the influence of Savathun, and when Crow was Uldren Sov. I'll let the full dialogue play out.
Concern. But if we cannot rely upon the veil, the Ahamkara is our only option.
Even if it was Savathun who pointed us at Riven in the first place?
The witness is our priority. We've dealt with Savathun and Riven in the past.
And now Savathun is free and Riven is toying with us. I won't end up as a puppet.
Nor I.
Sorry, I didn't mean...
I fear it's fear too. The experience of watching your body perform a series of actions you would never condone. That terrible regret. But that fear won't stop me. Just as I know it won't stop you.
Was any of it real? All that advice Savathun gave me while he pretended to be you.
At the time Aldrin began his campaign against the Reef, he was already suffering from the Black Garden's corruption. Riven must have found him an easy victim. One could argue he wasn't fully in of his decisions. All the same, the impact of those decisions was very real. So, let me ask you this. Did I give you good advice?
Life-changing.
Then hold on to it.
This was probably some of the best writing I've experienced thus far, although I can't help but wish Osiris and Crow were in the same room as us. Aldrin killed Crow due to Riven, and Crow is haunted by those actions, which is how they are able to connect. The important line here is when Osiris says that the impact of the decisions was very real. Osiris's follow-up line is also pretty good, as he asks Crow if he gave him good advice. This is referring to when he was controlled by Savathun, and right now, as he talks to Crow. Not only that, the final line said by Crow is a cherry on top. Crow says that the advice Osiris gave him was life-changing. This is because Aldrin caused Cade's death, but his own as well, not to mention everything that has transpired thus far. In fact, him being resurrected by his ghost showed him of the identity of Aldrin Sov. However, even though he is now the Crow, he has to live with the actions of his past self. This is quite literally life-changing. I got to hand it to whoever wrote these lines of dialogue because they knew what they were doing and they cooked. The meeting between pChal and Crow is also quite good. It's not as witty and clever as the previous dialogue with Osiris, but all of the dialogue in this game does not need to have layers upon layers of meaning within each line. They barely have any meaning in the first place. It makes sense for Osiris to be 300 IQ in his words, but this more straightforward approach between pChal and Crow fits more in line with their respective characters. Speaking of Osiris, through the holodeck, he lets us know that the veil is the power of consciousness made manifest in our physical world. It whispers in electromagnetic language that resonates in our mind that can be deciphered, but not by the laws we wield in this universe. That's an interesting line and could mean many things. Is he referring to the fact that we will travel to a different timeline in order to figure out what the veil really is? Maybe a different universe? Or is it that our power of light and darkness are not the correct tools of paracausality for this approach? This brings about the end of my adventures in the Season of the Wish currently. Alright, for some reason I have like 7 hours of Season of the Wish content, so we gotta get through all of this, and I'm not gonna spend the time to remux all of these into MP4 files. So let's see. Right here I am, visiting the store, of course. You know, I just logged in to Destiny after the Lightfall cutscene played. Here we are checking out, I gotta make sure I don't do that. Here we are, checking out the timeline for some reason, just clicking on buttons, clicking the season tab. Alright, gotta decrypt those prime engrams. Yep, got trash as expected. Eververse store, no one cares. Alright, going through my loadout, no one cares. Wow, yep, just stare at the Apex Predator. You know, the weapon you've been using for the last like 2.5 campaigns, you know, no problem. Wow, I'm just staring at a menu for no reason. Alright, here we are. We finally go to the Coil, right? This is part of the Wishing All the Best quest line. Calibrate the Starlight Lodestone by completing pathways and collecting Wishing Glass Shards as a fire team in the Coil. Find Wishing Glass Shards by defeating combatants, destroying pots, and opening hidden chests. Alright, so it just seems like we just have to go to the Coil mission and, you know, just start doing it. Coil, I do remember being pretty good. I think like the aspects, I mean, I'll touch on it when I actually interact with them, but the parts with Riven were kind of useless. Although I like the concept. Yeah, like here we are, we're approaching Riven, which, you know, it's pretty epic seeing Riven. I think I'm, nope. That's the initial stuff you get when you walk into the Coil. Oh, this is the Coil, by the way, which is the full-length version, as opposed to the Lair, which I detailed in what you just saw through the previous part. You know, some pretty decent banter from Crow, pChal, you know, establishing their relationship. Now that, you know, Crow is no longer Aldrin, you know, getting to terms with that. Honestly, pretty good dialogue, way better than like every other banter dialogue. Literally, those lines of dialogue were better than everything in like Lightfall, like banter-wise. Crazy. Anyways, here we are. There's some, okay, so we gotta purge the pervading darkness debuff while traversing. You know, I already went through most of this, but you know, here we are. So I'm seeing some pots. Saw that from the corner of my eye. Gotta collect those shards. And, you know, collecting these shards are what does stuff. Allows us to get upgrades. I died at some point. Let's see what room this was. Oh, here we are. Okay, yes. So yes, during the Coil, there are chests that you can interact with after you step on like every plate before interacting with the portal. And if you look at the chest on the left, there's actually little there's some holes you can spot on the ground. So when I collect the loot from this chest, I can go to collect the loot from the other chest, but boom, it's actually booby trapped. Cute. I like that. I wish there was more of this kind of stuff. Like maybe, you know, like not just for like general stuff, but here we go. I'm typing, my dad said Fire King. It's like, yes, I did not need to do that. It's like, what else was gonna happen? But sure. So this is just the basic room that I'm pretty sure I've gone over before. We're just clearing out some Taken. No big deal. This one was just clearing the Lair intruders. And then we go to this stage again where we just have to do some more jumping. This jump was way too ambitious. No idea what the thought process there was. But we can just go ahead and move on to the next session. All right, I guess I played a cowbell while I wait for the final teaming. Here we are. Banger. All right, this is the Ungalot room. This is basically the Vorgath discount Vorgath fight. I'm not gonna lie, Vorgath still, even after the Callus incident, I'm not gonna lie, Vorgath and the Keeper of Petition mechanics. Oh man, that was something. That was unironically, that's not a fight I'm ever forgetting. But here we are, just using my super, clearing out these losers. No problem, no big deal, very easy. And after that, we are able, normally with the Lair, we would have to, that would be the end of our encounter, but because it's the Coil, we keep on going, and we return to Riven. Here we can pick up some of the Wishing Glass, and this is where we can interact with Riven in order to get some upgrades. Unfortunately, none of the upgrades are really, you know, all that useful. Like, look at this. Weapon in the energy slot have their damage increased by 10% and gain passive ammo regeneration. I mean, it's fine, but like, it's fine. Like, I don't know. Like, really? Would I ever spend 250 Wishing Glass on that? Like, this one's pretty decent. 10% bonus to damage and reload speed for only a tier 1 for only 100 glass. That's pretty good. Boss protection damage. I mean, why make it that much easier? Like, really, 20% damage reduction? That's crazy. A 300% class ability recharge. What are we talking about? That's crazy for tier 1. And then the revive token. Like, that's really, you're going to put revive tokens in with the rest of the tiers with the rest of these enhancements? We were like, oh, 10% damage and reload speed increasement. Oh, and 1 revive token. Basically equivalent. What are we talking about? Absolutely insane. I might go for boss protection first. Nope, I went for class. That makes, I might just get all 3 of these. No, I don't. I don't. I just get class ability recharge, probably because I don't need, 10% is probably not that much, and it's not like I took that much damage from the bosses anyways, so it's like, I was like, I probably don't need this. I was like, oh, maybe we can save that for later. No idea what happens there. But I did buy a gift, which is apparently something I had to do for the quest, which is boom. So I did grab boss protection. And I didn't grab the kinetic enhancement because I was saving it for a tier 2 or something, I guess. But anyways, just gonna rejoin up with teammates. All right, died to some points of gas. All right, let's just go to the next encounter. Oh, and each of the Coil encounters, by the way, I mean, I went through them in the missions. I don't know if I've done all the missions, but they are based on the missions. So as we progress further in, it goes through each of the levels. So, and it progressively gets harder over time. We have so many revive tokens, like holy. All right, just kill out some of these pathetic hosts, some plague wielders with some shields. So this is part of why the Coil is good because, so first of all, we've already gotten a variation in enemy types. Here we are fighting Scorn. And second of all, there's mechanics attached to everything here, right? So first if we go here, first we had to just defeat some Scorn, right? No problem. And now we've moved on to phase 2, which is defeating the plague wielders, but the plague wielders have mini shields, so we need to first deal with the mini shields, right? So it's a multi-step process, which always makes fights more engaging than just, you know, left click. Even though that's what most of the fights are. It's about, you know, using that brain power in order to make the most out of that mouse 1 button. Here I am, getting in the corner, jumping out of the way. I mean, just killing some stuff. No big deal. You want to use your, right. It's like, you want to use your heavy weapon, bud? But apparently the answer was no the entire time. And with that, we can move on to the next jumping section. Here we are. We just have to step on more plates. Honestly, the jumping, I mean, it's a good break, you know? Never mind. It's not that long even. It's like, you know, it's fine. How did I die here? Oh, an overly ambitious jump. Nice. Good one. All right, here we are, the Lyceum. This encounter, I think this encounter is probably the hardest. No, actually, I'm trying to remember the last encounter, and I do remember it now. And actually, the last one is harder because of power level and mechanic wise. But this one's also pretty annoying to deal with because you have the two dudes in the middle, and you have to kill the dude in the middle with the Okay, so first you have to kill the dudes. Okay, here we go. Now, this is one of the benefits of writing instead of just talking off my ass. But what we first have to do, we have to defeat these Memphitic hosts, which are protecting the guy in the middle. And after defeating them, the shield and the big dude in the middle will get destroyed, and then we can DPS the dude in the middle. It's okay. There we go. Like, it's not even that complex. It's just like, all right, you gotta take 1 second to properly phrase this. And what else is annoying is so you also have ephemeral virus stats, and you can only damage while dealing. You can only damage the boss with these stacks on you, and then you have to cleanse them in the middle. But I accidentally ended up cleansing them in the middle early, and I'm not sure now if I just actually realized that both of my teammates are dead, so I just turned them in order to not die because I was like, oh, I'm probably not gonna be able to do too much. That might have actually just been what happened here. Yeah, he was attacking me directly, so I was like, okay, well, I have to secure the revive, so I'll make sure I don't die here, and the other guy gets revived. Cool. Oh, just kidding. Actually, you did not need those buffs. Apparently, you just had to deposit them in order to damage. I don't know why I thought you needed the buffs to do damage. Nice. Good throw. Good throw on that nade. Also, you really don't want to like use your... Yeah, no, great. About time. Wow. Really? You're gonna... Okay. Nice. Aim at your Bleak Watcher. All right, 300 IQ. All right, you know, maybe I should spare you for watching this gameplay. Okay, anyways, here we go. End of first phase. This is really long, and I'm Omega trolling. Wow, this is so bad. What am I doing here? It's like I forgot how to do DPS. What is happening? All right, just run it down. Just run it down. Oh yeah, let's go. Jump in the pool of fire. You're so smart. Preach on me. Okay. All right. No heavy ammo. Nice. What am I even using? Okay. For some reason, I didn't think that was the Apex Predator. It was like, how would that not be the Apex? I was like, I get confused. All right, Locust is almost dead. Threw a nade on him. He's pretty much dead now. Got a nice aim. I mean, sure. Doesn't freeze a boss. There we go. And there we go. He's dead. So if this is the third encounter, I believe we're at minus 15 power. Which is why it is more of a struggle, and which is why the Coil is good, right? Because every loop you do, it gets like, it's harder every time.
So poorly worded.
Yes. So this plot, there we go. Well, and you saw why this platforming section is of importance and of note to mention, because this is where the trolling happens. All right, just walk. All right, so you can walk across it. Boom. This will push you into the spikes. Here I am patiently waiting. Walk around it. Nice. Very smooth. Very clean. Took way too much time. Just jump over it, buddy. Anyways. Not that many mobs here. There are glass collectors that can spawn here, which drop a ton of extra shards. They are fairly rare though. I actually don't remember seeing that many. I played like 7 hours of the Coil. So, yep, shoot the pots. Oh yep, warning him of the spikes there. Yep. All right, I really thought he was gonna die there. Yep, warn him of the spikes. Yeah, that's right. I'm a good teammate, dude. Let's go. Nominate me for it. Guardian of the Year, for real. Save my teammates just like that. Anyways, let's continue forward. Ooh, look at that sidestep. I'm so much better. All right. I cannot believe I did not die here. Probably died there at some point, though, for sure. I definitely did not ever not die there. Now here we are, Garden of Plenty. Like, this might be in reference to the Black Garden because, you know, there's Vex here. But I'm not entirely too sure. But, you know. It is changing. Once again, we are changing up the combat species type that we're fighting. And, you know, it is always interesting, or is not. Okay. It is interesting to be fighting different species because it varies up the gameplay loop because they are, like, each of the species have their own challenges. The Vex, honestly, aren't too bad. I was gonna say they aren't too bad, except for the Wyverns. Wyverns are where they fuck you. Not too many Wyverns showing up at this moment, though. I'd probably say Hive are kind of probably the easiest, to be honest. Cabal are tanky, right? And they are annoying. But they're also not too bad to deal with. Vex, you know, Vex do have the Harpies. They do have a lot of annoying stuff. Vex, you know, Vex kind of are there. Scorn are pretty annoying. Scorn might be the most annoying, to be honest. Scorn might be the most annoying. Vex do have a decent amount of different troops, though. Like, you have the flying Harpies, which so that means you have to aim in the air. You have the big ass Wyverns, which are fucking tanks. Especially the armored ones. Like, holy, look how much damage it took. Like, it's crazy. It's an Apex Predator. Minotaur is also annoying. Oh yeah, honestly, the Vex might be the most annoying. They might be the most annoying and most varied and difficult to fight, just because of, like, there's so much to do. Like, look at this. I have to shoot in the air. I have to shoot at the ground. End up dying to Minotaur here from a charge laser rifle. Yep. Anyways, the goal here is pretty simple. We just have to kill these Vex and then use the Arcaniums to destroy the nodes in order to destroy the barrier and to fight the ogre. Using my super here just to take care of these armored Harpies. They're fucking annoying. Didn't even manage to get rid of all of them. We're out of revives. This is not looking good. This might be, is this the end of the run? Let's see if what happens. Nope. Everyone seems to be alive, and we're dealing the damage to the ogre now. Gonna go ahead and drop Bleak Watchers. Good throw, actually. Wow, first time for everything, you know? All right, I'm just throwing some casual pot shots. This guy uses his super, does a nice aim, nice penumbral blast, buddy. It's like, yeah, we're out of revive tokens, unfortunately, so I can't do anything about that. Where are you aiming? Oh, imagine, dude, again, imagine if I was left-handed in game. Come on, I'm getting trolled. Anyways, there's the ogre, half health. Oh, no heavy ammo. Ooh, that's looking bad, buddy. I'm the last guardian standing. All right, here we are, last guardian standing. It's me versus the ogre. All right, jumping wayframe, distrat. Dude, let's go, the jumping wayframe. Anyways, ogre too easy. Not sure what happens now. That I don't know if they get automatically revived. They might. It's not like I have any revive tokens. I guess maybe if I buy revive tokens. Let's see where this takes me. The Splinter Geode. No, it takes me back to. There's the glass collector. So nice. Got cucked by the little slidey thing there. But there are the glass collector. You know, he does drop a lot of stuff. So because I am the last guardian standing. Oh, do I die to one of the spikes here? Oh, I'm gonna die to one of the spikes. I'm gonna die to the spikes. All right. Let's just figure out which spikes I end up dying to. Imagine if it was those spikes. I was expecting them. All right, I'm sweating too hard, dude. Last Guardian, bro. I wonder if they can spectate me. I've no, probably, right? Nice aim, buddy. Hope you're gonna jump. I didn't check. I think I probably did check for any specs on the wall. I'm gonna die here. I didn't trigger that one. I'm triggering this one. I have to trigger one of these. There's no way. And I activate play. Oh, I'm triggering this one for sure. Oh, and apparently I didn't. I'm just cracked, dude. I'm actually just better. Get the pot. Okay. Yeah. Imagine if I die in the jump, dude. The anticipation is killing me. When am I gonna die? There's no. How long can I survive? It's like a horror game for real. You can make that jump up. That's pretty easy. Like just jump on that platform, jump on the next platform. Okay. Gonna not do that. Imagine I die to these ones at the very end. Of course. Oh my god, dude. All right, I would die to the last fights at the very end. Insane. Okay, I'm returning back to the Coil, even though I don't think I have to. Let's see, this is an interesting facsimile of the wider city, not unlike a simulation, equally impervious to demands of physical space. I believe this is referring to the layer that Riven created.
Is it the work of a nostalgic heart, or that of a favored listless pet tunneling into the walls?
Simply indulging the creative spark, O mortal mind.
All right, so this line automatically or infinitely better than anything Osiris had to say during all of the Lightfall campaign. Once again, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm not gonna lie, like since I did part of the season of Wish before going to Lightfall, like, you know, Osiris was definitely like, you know, his relation is like based on his relations and Witch Queen, and now the stuff that happened between him and his dialogue between Crow before I went into Lightfall really, you know, gave me a really good impression of Osiris, and it's kind of annoying that they wasted his potential. That is Lightfall in a nutshell. Wasted potential.
Simply indulging the creative spark.
Wasted potential for sure, dude. Oh man, what could have been? My boy Osiris. Oh, speaking of wasted potential, I've said one, but you know, we're still on season of the Wish. Let's go. We got a while. Oh yes, so I do finally spawn in, but guess what? Oh yeah, here we are. Okay, yes. So I spawn in, or I'm revived. Sorry, let's be a little bit more accurate. So I revive. Here I am in the crossing, and I'm gonna just walk. I'm gonna walk towards the name. I was like, all right, well, there's my destination. Let's see where I can go. Gonna just do a little jump. Here we are, just walking forward. You know, continuing along the path. Ooh, there's a door. You know, maybe I wanna go past that door. Where's the entrance? There's no door. There's no entrance. Hello? That's right. I'm locked off. I'm blocked from my teammate. I'm stuck. I got revived and then stuck in a room. Hello? Question mark. Anyways, a very not annoying bug. I think I eventually let my teammate know because I waste so much time just running around. Yes, here we go. Teammate, I'm stuck. I'll revive myself at the rally. No idea why there is no portal over here. Wow, good communication. Oh dear. Yes, oh dear indeed. By the way, this has been going on for 27 minutes already. So rip Red Demon. You know. My boy out here surviving. Anyways, join up. I'm at the back at the Vex Garden fight. So that's it. Yeah, nothing too interesting to say here. Just some more combat, just some more fighting. Pretty simple. Yeah. I ended up dying. I tried to avoid this and I ended up dying. Again, on the, you know, since I died here at the end last time, you would have thought that, you know, maybe I'd have realized the error in my ways, but no, I have to make the same mistake again. At least we have Red Demon here to revive me, and this time I'm like, okay, I just jump over it, you know, because there's spikes from the ground. They can't hurt you. We go through, and here we are, the pavilion. No rally. Nice. Right? Just, server's just having some issues this day. I don't know. It's lagging on the fucking rally. Ah, this room. Oh, yes, with the construct. This one is pretty annoying, as you know, as I detailed previously, why this encounter and fight is a little bit troublesome. Having an additional person does make it way easier, though. Like, you know, shocking, I know. Yeah, I mean, nothing interesting happens during this fight at all. Like, I died once, and that's it. We kill the boss. Pretty simple.
We have bargains to strike.
Oh, we did get a third person to join us, which is nice. Do you have the choice between armor loot or weapon loot? I think I go for armor because I need armor in general. Yeah, instead of weapons, because I was like, I don't really need any of the Season of the Wish weapons because I already got the Apex. But yeah, here it seems like, you know, class ability is obviously so broken with 300%, and damage reduction is obviously so broken. It's like, do I really need 10% damage on my bow? It's like, because like it one shots, you know, bows, they tend to one shot red bars anyways, and when it comes to any of the armored opponents, that's where they start to have problems, and that's where you have to rely on the special effects, which would be the stasis crystal the Verglass curve generates, which are really strong. So, you know, it does just require you to kill an Datto, which is pretty high investment, but it's but as long as you like get secure precision shot, it's basically a guaranteed crystal, which can then chain into more crystals, which is why like the Verglass curve is honestly kind of really good, in my opinion. And this is obviously not on like a greater grandmaster. It's not like a grandmaster weapon tier list. All right, this is like in general for general use cases. The Verglass curve is just really fun and has a good effect. And you know, the fact that crystals can generate more crystals is really what saves it. Like if a crystal could not generate more crystals by killing an like if you could kill an enemy with the crystal and that shatter would not then generate more crystal Hellbrow stacks, I should say, that would be terrible. Like that would be so bad. But that's a fake scenario that I created in my head to you know, fill out the airspace. Don't you love it? Engaging content. This, okay, yes, here we are. This is definitely, anyways, as I collect these final shards, this is definitely where the fun begins. First of all, cool location. Here we are, just in the middle of space on a floating platform. Our goal here is to defeat the Scorn, which, like, I do think the Scorn, almost certainly, with the utility to have, are probably among the most annoying, maybe behind the Vex. But regardless, what we have to do is defeat a bunch of the Scorn in order to drop the shield. So here we are. We're bringing back the mechanics of the Mythic Host from a previous encounter. Good connection. So right now we just have to defeat the Scorn, stop them from gathering power. Gonna go ahead and get off a nice revive of my teammates. He rushed in a little bit too prematurely, but you know, I can't say that I would not have done the same thing. Pick off some of these stalkers on the side. Plague Wielder still has a shield on, has immunity. Let's cleanse those viruses. Yep. All right, Plague Wielder is dead. Was that really it? I feel like I remember it being much tougher than that. We might have like one more section to go through, which is why I might remember it then. Because I'm pretty sure like the final encounter was actually somewhat challenging. Very interesting that since I'm so far back enough in a wall that when it tries to third person me, it just clips me out. I mean, that happens with swords as well when you go into third person. So I assume it's whenever you go into third person in general. It just has a clip protection thing. So your character model isn't just going through a fucking wall, which is fine. I have unlocked Strand, but I have not. I've decided not to switch to Strand for just yet. Anyways, I have no idea if I switch to Strand anytime soon, though. I say I have no idea. I was like, actually, I have 100% idea that I do not switch to Strand, because I didn't have enough of the Strand, whatever stuff to buy the fragments. I think that changes. I think they might have reduced prices at some point as well. Or that happened before this, and I'm just like gaslighting myself based on information I've heard previously. Here we are, Ilika, the Pale Rots. We got this boss. Yeah, it takes we get most of its health down pretty fast, but it does take a while for us to actually end the first phase. It is a 2-phase boss as well, which is interesting. We're bringing back the Memphitic Host mechanic. It's good to see this. The same mechanic is interwoven and connected through these different types of encounters, and it builds upon each other. I mean, it could get more complicated, but, I guess it doesn't really need to. It's a seasonal activity. I'm like, oh snap. Get the Well Protector. He's dead. Well Protector dead. And then that allows us to break the shield. Yep. Ephemeral Virus. 3 stacks. Boss shield down. Actually, let's see. So the shield is broken. I'm doing damage to the Well Protector. Boss shield is down, and that's what I'm still cast. And I cast my super. And the Well Protector is still not dead. So the Well Protector, I guess he's just there as an annoyance. So I guess it is good that I dealt with him anyways, just because he would be annoying. But yeah. Cleanse the virus. Yep. So it's hard to. My nade went past him, and my cold snap. I don't see like. Okay, I did set up Bleak Watchers, and it is doing damage to the boss. So I guess the ephemeral charges are just there, so you don't die after you collect them. Like you just have to beat them. You just have to deposit them in order to not die. It's because my brain wants it to be like the petitioner's mark from Shire at the Throne. Like that's just what I'm gonna instinctively compare every single thing to. But yeah. If I end up dying, let's see. I died because they just did a lot of damage, huh? I don't know why I don't. Okay, so first of all, bad play on my end. So here we are. I wait for him to is off, and instead of okay, so I'm low health. Okay, here's the problem with the play I'm doing here. I use my utility. I cold snap in front of me. I then wait for him and kill the entire pack in front of me, and instead of advancing up to the area I just cleared, I turn around with low health and then try to secure a corner with negative HP and try to place a well down. Then I like you know, Red Demon was there trying to take up some of the aggro, but honestly, I misplayed badly by trying to back up into the Scorn. I could have just moved forward and probably been safe and avoided, you know, a couple shots. Or I would have avoided, yeah, because I would not have been right next to them. I probably would not have taken, like, you know, enough damage that my well could not heal me at that point. So that was a terrible misplay on my end. All right, I am able to revive and capitalize upon the moment, although I am literally respawned in the middle of the action, and I have to make sure I don't die, which is more important than immediately getting the revive, but I can get it right now, which is pretty good. Like, it still has like a quarter of its health remaining. Nice. Oh, bro, we really have to do something about these Penumbral Blasts. What are we aiming at? Nice, switch through all your weapons. I think I want to make sure I activate bait and switch, but I didn't fucking fire my waveframe launcher. You cycled through all your weapons and you didn't. How's okay? Ah, yes, very cool. Good job. Thanks for all this information. What did I even what button on Popular I even hit to see this information? Tab, apparently. Let me check OBS. Can you see this? You can. Cool. If anyone cares, there you go. There's that very useless information. Anyways, most of the ads are dead. Just, you know, firing at a like a boom, get a rocket. I don't want to miss. I can't. How does this happen, dude? It's like, I mean, I know technically it's pre-watch since I played it, but like, are we serious? Hello? I'm like, oh, I can't miss. Take my time to aim. Oh, let me make sure I okay, so first of all, it's like I forgot how to activate bait and switch. You have to use, like, shoot your waveframe after. Why are you switching to your rocket? And then after, I'm like, oh, I want to make sure I don't miss. Let me just fire at the ground. I don't have bait and switch activated, so it doesn't even do maximum damage. What are we doing? All right, right. What's up? There's just so much room for improvement. Also, this firing the waveframe at the enemy itself, I cannot believe I'm still doing that. Like, why are you not just shooting at the ground? Like, why are you still trying to make it bounce off the enemy? Actually trolling. Anyways, we end up killing oh, this was the final encounter. We end up killing Leica, the Pale Rot, and that ends the Coil.
Looks normal.
Not bad, not bad.
I think that's a wrap, Guardian.
Let's see what Crow has to say, actually.
No taken incursions, no dark ether pollutants. Time looks normal. I think that's a wrap, Guardian.
All right, so this was a champion clear, champion awards platinum.
Time
Boom.
looks normal.
I believe that is the
That's the wrap.
highest tier of clearance possible.
I think
And we get access to a treasury where we have so many chests. Like, oh my god. All right, I'm just taking a look. Do I want armor? Probably. Do I want weapons? Probably not.
Anything you're selling.
I don't say.
Let's go ahead and pick up some of this loot first.
I give graciously. You,
It's a wrap, Guardian.
you want out of this? Sit.
No taken incursion.
All right, so that's that wraps up that encounter. We are going back to Riven now.
Taken incursions, no dark ether pollutants. Time looks normal. I think that's a wrap, Guardian.
Is it? I think there's more you want out of this. It's on the tip of my tongue.
I'm not interested in anything you're selling.
I don't sell. I grant. I give graciously and fully. I'm your chaperone to happiness. But what wouldn't you give to have her back?
You know me, which means you know I'm prone to emotional outbursts. You want to keep pushing this?
I'm sorry. That was rude of me.
some pretty solid and interesting banter from Crow and Riven there. So it's not like there's not really any like 300 IQ meaning, but we can just this is Riven dead, killed. We killed her. Sorry, we killed her, and let me restart this. The banter between the Crow and Riven, pretty interesting. It's not like anything too complex or anything for me to actually have to analyze. But even though we have already killed Riven and, you know, she's in her spirit form through paracausal magic or whatever, it is interesting to note that she's still trying to taunt and maybe play with the Crow instead of Aldrin previously, who she did previously corrupt into madness and caused him to kill Cade, which was a whole ordeal that, you know, I am not able to experience. Appreciate that one, Bungie. But it is interesting to note that Riven is still trying to do this, even though she is a spirit. It's almost like, so at this point, it's like, does she have anything to really gain from this? Is this just part of her nature? Is she just toying with the Crow? Does she even have the ability to do anything? Because we are technically working on like the 15th wish, but I think the 15th wish was created before Riven died. I don't know if it was before Riven died or if it was, or how Savathun, or how, like, it is a little bit confusing. Like, I am a little bit unsure of how. The fact that Riven is still in spirit form and is still playing mind games with the Crow this time around. You know, Savathun apparently was granted the 15th wish, and we have to uncover what that 15th wish was, which Riven is going to grant. But I guess timeline-wise, Savathun had to do this before Riven died, or somehow she contacted Riven post-death, like Mara. But I think it makes a little bit more sense for Savathun to have contacted Riven before and created like some sort of contingency. But maybe not. Maybe this right now, what we're doing, because Savathun's secret wish could totally have been before. It could have just been, yeah, I want to wish, and because yeah, I'm just not entirely sure on exactly what's happening with Savathun's wish and how Riven is able to grant it. But that's a much greater like lore question than what the story is currently discussing. So it's not exactly directly relevant. It's just something I'm thinking about. It's like, how does this work? Okay, so now I'm just AFK for like 10 hours. All right, we're back at the helm, and we have some post-mission dialogue to interact with. Here's Petra at the helm.
The Techians are in final preparations for the lodestone. Your work in its calibration was invaluable. It will serve as a beacon for the Queen to make contact with her personal harbinger. She'll commune with it. Ask it to guide the remainder of the clutch back to us. It's the last of its kind. And it's good to see a harbinger, normally a weapon of war, used for diplomacy. Even with Riven. In the past, the pinnacle of the Spine of Keres provided the open sky the Queen needed for this communion. It will suffice again. But the Taken can test that region, as they have since Riven's curse rang out. They will hinder your every step. So cut through them, secure the spine, and the Queen will do the rest.
All right, so we basically just have to reclaim the Spine of Keres and kill the Taken that occupied the space and let Queen Mara do the rest from there on. You know, pretty simple. Nothing too crazy. Complete the Oracle Engine mission. Really? That's what I had to do? It made you redo the Oracle Engine mission? Oh my god. Why? This mission, I did like literally maybe... This might have been literally the very first, this might be in the first Destiny 2 new player experience video I ever did. Like this might unironically be in there. Might also no, it might be it's definitely within the first 3 missions, but I think all the stuff with the portal and the Oracle engine, this might unironically be first episode stuff. So the fact that I have to do this quest right now is actually like trolling me. Like, thanks for wasting my time. And you know what sucks is this, I'm pretty sure this is part of like it makes no sense to just have this quest randomly. So I'm pretty sure this was taken out of Forsaken campaign and it's just plucked here randomly for us to do. It's like, well, if you can take like one, because there's also another quest from like the Forsaken campaign, I'm pretty sure, that was also taken out. It's like, if we can have the quests from the campaign, why not just have, like, why not have all of them? It's like, we already have 2 of them. I guess the rest of them include the Tangled Shore region, which we don't have access to. But yeah, like, there's still Skybox here, very cool. Still have no idea what that is in the sky. Some sort of portal, I would assume, actually, because maybe they'll wake it after they travel through here, but still not sure what that is. I don't know if that was video lag or I was lagging in game. I'm gonna guess that's video lag. Anyways, we have some taken particles floating up everywhere. So we're just gonna go ahead and get rid of these bozos. We're just walking my way through. I'm just holding the W key.
You'll find 2 ogres within, Guardian. As all guardians,
I didn't fail to jump this time.
curse began. All across this region, the Corsairs remain as well.
One crisis at a time, my wrath.
Your boy
Yes,
McCore.
my queen.
I mean, I guess it's only for being.
My wrath.
What? What am I doing here? What happened?
My wrath.
All right, arrow, boom, boom. You want to fire the Apex Predator? What are you waiting for? I have no idea what I was waiting for. Maybe I thought for some reason the bait and switch activation timing was off or something. Like, that's like the only explanation I can think of off the top of my head. But the second ogre comes in, and honestly, you know, 2 ogres in one encounter can be really dangerous, right? Because these are boss ogres as well. It's not like they're slushes. Like, it's not like I did too much damage to them with my Seer, although it's not like my Seer does anything. So in the first place, these Scourge Cannons really cannot have to go. Are we serious? We have to make this encounter even easier? Like, bro, look at this. I just get free cannon damage on the bosses? Like, what is happening? Why allow this? All right.
So now,
Also, you know what? Vorgeth is probably, you know, I was gonna say, is Vorgeth related to Makor? Maybe he's related to the other guy, Urgoth. Vorgeth, Urgoth? Maybe. I think there's an ogre that's similar to Vorgeth. With us having completed the Oracle Engine quest, we can continue on to step 21 of 55 and complete the mission, Enthymeme. Enthymeme, for those who need to know, is an argument in which one premise is not explicitly stated. You know, if you need me to explain what any of that means, go Google that. I mean, it's pretty simple. Like, I mean, come on.
We'll cover you on this one.
It's almost like it's common
The
sense
next
of what that
stage
should
be coming
mean.
into range.
Mara's seeing to the Harbinger. We'll cover you on this one.
All right, Mara's seeing to the Harbinger, and we're going to cover from Crow. Cool. Here we are back at Riven's lair.
I doubt they understand what it is we're after, but they'll get in our way all the same.
Yep, true.
I suppose they have a new master now. I suppose they have-
What it is. Guardian, I'm seeing a lot of Scorn activity ahead.
I suppose
Such callousness towards your creations. I suppose they have a new master now. So that is actually an interesting line. So, because from the Witch Queen, it was Fickrel, I believe, who was in charge of the Scorn in the Tangled Shore, and he fucked off somewhere. So it is interesting that Riven here is stating that the Scorn are your creations, which means that maybe Uldren had something to do with the creation of the Scorn, and maybe the creation of Fickrel in the first place. That could be what's happening here,
master
and what's being implied by Riven. So it could be that Fickrel is just a Scorn leader and not even like a creator. So maybe the Scorn were created by Uldren due to his like state of madness or whatever. Because you know, the Scorn are like, you know, modified Fallen, and they do have some like weird stuff like firing electricity and blowing up.
How you brought me to the dreaming city for the first time?
Here we have Riven reminiscing,
I remember.
not fondly, of course.
You sought a gift for your sister. Something that could delight and surprise her.
Let's stay focused.
Interesting. So the first time Riven arrived in the Dreaming City was due to Uldren, which might be why she was able to manipulate him in the first place, because maybe Riven was playing him the entire time. Maybe not even the entire time, just like everything he did was beneficial.
Glowing altar. Always a good sign.
True.
Stay sharp, Guardian.
Okay, so the Coil actually, it seems like got a little ahead of myself. It doesn't seem like we did this mission until just now, so I assume we have the rest of the missions outside of Coil, which is funny because, you know, that means I should be covering all these missions through here properly, but it doesn't really matter since I already went through them in the Coil. Anyways, we're just fighting some dudes. I guess I can realize the mechanic a little bit better. So if we stand in the center for fun, nothing happens because we don't have anything to cleanse ourselves. We'd have no virus charges. So I'm just doing that for fun, just to check, I guess. Make sure nothing wacky happens. Kill a lymphatic host, boom, pick up a charge.
And you should be able to slip past their defenses.
So Crow's calling it Ether
Ether
Corruption.
As experience in such matters, best to follow his lead.
I deposit it, but it seems like that might be a new lymphatic host. So it seems like that's not something I want to be doing, because let's see. Okay, hello, stop cleansing, Bozo? What are we doing here? It might be like a damage multiplier, like the more virus stacks I have, the more damage I can do to the boss. Because I am able to do damage to the Plague Wielder. Yes, back up. Please do not blow that in your face. Oh my god, I knew it was going to happen. But I didn't do it. That's crazy. So, let's see here. I do pick up a second stack, and that refreshes the cooldown, and I deposit both of them, and now I'm going to do no damage. Yeah, so it does seem like the virus charges basically just allow you to do damage to the Plague Wielder's immunity shield, and that if before they run out, you deposit them in order to not die. Makes sense. Pretty simple. Gotta get that clarification.
What are they up to? These Scorn can't be getting fresh orders from the Witness. What are they up to?
Poisoning every corner of the dreaming city they can reach.
Perhaps they resemble their creator, or aimless yearning.
I yearn for you to stop talking.
Yeah, with those lines, it's almost kind of confirmed that Uldren is the creator of Scorn. So it seems like Fickle wasn't the creator of Scorn, and instead it was a creation of Uldren. At least that's what I'm reading in between the lines of what Riven is saying. Here we are, the Lyceum, and this is it.
Are they after the egg?
Itchy. You'll have to put this one down as well.
Permeable. Turn their own poison against them.
Yep, just claiming the mechanic. I died. Boom.
Itchy.
I mean, you know what happens here. Okay, in this solo experience, it's taking way more damage from me. Although I did benefit from the solo operative damage base, I believe. I mean, I assume the encounter probably scales to 3 people, which is why it felt slightly more difficult with 3 people as opposed to now when I cleared it by myself. Like, I don't even know if we're technically, like, if this is technically legend difficulty or if it's using the power modifier. I don't even know if it is. It might not be. This might be a normal difficulty, which is why it's so easy.
Reluctance. But you've done the witness's bidding before. Why not again?
Kill my friends to bring on the final shape? No thanks.
A wish to end suffering. You made such a wish once, and brought about so much death.
So this is definitely interesting. A wish to end suffering. So what is suffering? I know, getting into definitions. I know. But when we're talking about Ahamkaras and wishes and them being monkey paw-like scenarios, ending suffering is incredibly complex situation because you have to define what suffering is. And, if we define suffering as something like the human consciousness experiencing moments of displeasure or something like that, I'm trying to be as vague and generic as possible. That we qualify that as suffering. And if we're trying to reduce moments of displeasure, due to whatever reasons, that could be a definition for suffering. And in that case, it would be very oriented based on human consciousness and consciousness and how it defines our experience as a whole. And what would ending suffering really bring about? And is suffering even totally negative in the first place? Is some suffering okay? Is it okay to go face consequences and face displeasure in moments that you have made mistakes or even out of any fault of your own? There are just scenarios that you just have to deal with that are more difficult than others because those situations would bring about suffering, but would they be harmful overall or would they make you a stronger person because you were able to overcome such a difficult situation? So philosophically, it is, an interesting question and, something that I could discuss more about, if I was more philosophically educated, but it is just interesting to think about in the first place, What is suffering? Is suffering bad in the first place? What does ending suffering even look like? Is it even possible to bring about such a thing? And the fact that he was so vague as to make a wish to end suffering, which seems noble, it's a noble cause, right? To end suffering, right? But what if, but it's also, very selective, right? What if he has enemies that are suffering? Would you also want to bring about end of suffering to that? What would them no longer suffering even be like? What if your existence causes them to suffer because I don't know, you fucking cheated with them. You cheated with them on your wife and now they hate you or something. And now the only way for them to feel at peace from the suffering you caused would be your death. What would happen in situations like that? So it becomes incredibly complicated, This is why utilitarianism is lame and you should definitely be all about virtue ethics. Let's go.
That wasn't what I wanted.
Yes. Okay, so I didn't even get into this. Here we go. First of all, right. Crow says, that wasn't what I wanted. So first of all, we have confirmed that, Crow has accepted his identity as Aldrin, which is kind of what was being implied and worked on, but we are getting specific confirmation that he still realizes that he still takes on all the previous blame from Aldrin. So he's still accepting all the blame from his past life, which is pretty important to his character, I would say. Him discovering that, his past, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately, I missed most of that. I assumed that would probably be covered in not Forsaken, because he would die. So probably was covered in a season before now, which is a shame. But here we are. Crow is saying that, that wasn't what I wanted. But how does Riven know exactly what you mean when you aren't specific? That wasn't what I wanted. You should be more careful with your words. Yeah. Infinitely more careful.
With your words.
What does ending even mean? If we want to get that complicated, what does ending even mean in this in a scenario? Does it mean death? Does it mean imprisonment? Does it mean temporary? Does it mean stasis? Does it mean a changing of the minds? There could be it's just like, you know, it is so vague. So these are all problems like that occur from not clear enough communication. And the problem with that is that you then would have to define a scenario. You would then have to define all your terms to specific situations. And in that case, it would almost certainly not result in whatever wish and desire that he would want in the first place. So would there really truly be any benefits from such a wish if you qualified every single part of your statements? Probably not, but it would probably be more in line with your intentions. Although I'm sure Riven would somehow still find a way to twist it. But if you did like outline every single, I was like, well, you can't do that. It's not like you can just outline every single situation, because like I'm sure there's some wacky ass stuff that just pops up that it's like, yes, this paracausal energy did cause this to happen, or which caused this, blah blah blah. It's like, you know. Anyways, that's enough boring philosophical waxing. That is not all too important. Like if we do relate this back to the title of the chapter of Enthymeme. So here we are. So technically, you know, this relates to the ending of what Crow said about ending of suffering, right? Because he did say he wanted suffering to end, but he didn't really argue and say anything about like what is suffering in the first place, what he meant by suffering, all that stuff I talked about. So it is cool that, you know, the title names of the chapters are very correlatory to wordplay in general, and which ties in with Riven and wishes, and, you know, ties in with the mission as a whole. Really good, like, thematic connection overall.
I heard you over the comm channels. I am sorry that we are forced to entreat with Riven. She and I have our own histories to navigate, but what she did to you, how she wormed her way into your mind, that was inexcusable. It pains me to put you through this.
Even after all that's happened, you still think I need to be protected?
No, that is not.
It's all right, Mara. I understand. We've always shared a connection. Even when you were lost in the Ascendant plane, I could still feel your presence. Your heartbeat. I knew you weren't truly gone. Riven was only able to manipulate me because of how strong our connection was. I've made choices I'm not proud of. But I'll never apologize for the reason I made them. It's the same reason you reach out even now when you see me struggling. You're my sister. Nothing can break that bond. Not death, not Riven, not even the light.
Like Ager and Rhaegar, finding each other in the storm.
Yeah, well, all that we've been through, that's no fable. We stood together as the world collapsed around us.
And we'll stand together again.
Okay, very wholesome sibling bonding moment with Riven and Crow. Unfortunately, because I have not experienced their tension in a relationship in the previous decade, it's the character growth and progress. Like I know what the character arc is, but I haven't experienced a character arc, so it's like the emotional impact isn't really there for me. But I think, you know, I'm not too exactly sure on how events unfolded before this, but it's based on the writing I'm experiencing right now. It seems like this is a pretty decent, like, you know, pretty decent wrap up to like whatever trouble their character arc had, and that, you know, was instigated by Riven, and now we're finally bringing it back with Riven, the 15th Wish, and we're like bringing it all to a conclusion as we charge in to go after the witness. So it does seem like it's all tying up.
Guardian, I'm afraid progress is slow.
By the way, bro still has on the Sunbracers. You can't use those. You're not a solar warlock anymore, buddy. You're a stasis warlock. I'm not stasis warlock. Jesus Christ. Shit, not a shadebinder. You're a spellbinder. Is that? I'm pretty sure it might be spellbinder. No promises, but I think that's what the strand one is.
The veil.
So why are you still wearing the sunbraces, bro? Like, come on.
Clever tangle in and of itself. It reforms as the consciousness.
Okay, so he is doing research into the veil, finally. Wow.
It reforms as the consciousnesses connected to it ebb and flow. They rush in, awash with dreams and wonder, and then drain away. I believed that once I understood the veil, mechanically, once I understood Strand, that I would see its patterns with new clarity. That has not happened. This is not like charting a course through the currents of a sea or the depths of space.
So I am cutting Osiris off here, but it does seem like the veil, with its relation to consciousness, does seem to be related to like kind of like a real world example is kind of like the mind, right? Because like because we've done a lot of studies on the brain, but it's so complicated that just because we have like we have the understanding of like the physical components, that doesn't provide us like with like that much. It provides us with insight of like how the brain functions and operates, mechanically, but it doesn't really explain like all of the phenomena of consciousness, how it evolves, what is unconsciousness, how does it relate to consciousness in general, like your thoughts when you're like, what are you thinking when you're not actively thinking because your body is still sending out electrical signals, like you still have to breathe, you're still resisting against gravity, like there's so much happening that your brain is doing and sending signals all the time without you even realizing. So it seems like with its relation to consciousness and memory, especially with the darkness relating to being able to remember, thematically all very mind thoughts oriented, which seems to be why Osiris was assigned to such a task, and it seems to make sense for why he is studying the veil. And it kind of makes it seem, and him rushing to the veil in Lightfall is kind of forced, really, really forced now, or it feels way more forced because it's like, well, if Osiris is gonna study the veil, not even in Lightfall, like if he was studying the veil in Lightfall, I think it'd be a completely different story here. But he's studying the veil post Lightfall after understanding Strand, so it's like, why was Osiris even there in Lightfall initially? Why was I understand that the Vanguard was. It's not even like the Vanguard was doing anything. They were just staring at the winds, fucking blowing, cutting into the Traveler. I know he was because we traveled we got onto Neptune accidentally, and Osiris was there on purpose to get to the veil. But why is he assigned to the veil? I guess he assigned himself, but it's like, why did no one else go with him? Why did we just allow a non-light bearer to just go to the veil by himself? Lightfall is triggering me, dude. Lightfall is triggering me. Sorry.
It is an architecture defined by how we intend to imagine it. Not dissimilar to the Ascended Plane, but if more like its opposite.
So it is interesting that he's mentioning how it is based on memory. So that obviously has a relation to Deep Sight as well. So maybe, Deep Sight and the Veil seem very connected actually. What the hell? Deep Sight actually just seems like it should be like Deep Sight actually just straight up, now in hindsight, Deep Sight seems like it should have been a veil related mechanic if we're going the direction of architecture being defined by how we imagine it, because that's kind of what Deep Sight allowed us to do in order to access the memories of how the location was previously in order to access them. That is actually incredibly veil related, especially now it's relating to memory and darkness and able to remember. What the, okay, so I wonder if that's what happened. I wonder if the veil was pushed back into Lightfall. It might have been intended to be introduced in the Witch Queen as part of Deep Sight. Because Because imagine if like Savathun had the veil already and she was trying to capture the traveler in order to combine it with the veil, which she had in her possession. Yeah, I mean, just an interesting thought.
The Ascendant plane mirrors aspects of our world, aspects of will and import, to those who traverse it. Those aspects are decided upon through our actions. The veil, conversely, weaves not with our will, not our decisions, but with intent, unfiltered by logic.
Yeah, so he's probably talking about like the unconscious state of mind and, you know, what we're thinking when we're not actively thinking. Because when I'm thinking about what to say, that's pretty active. But in my brain, there's so many processes going on that have all combined in order to even present me with a thought in order to think about what I'm thinking in the first place, right?
What we feel, not what we decide.
What we feel is often what we decide. Let's be real here.
Mapping such a thing would be like rebuilding a creature from the calcified remains we found aboard the pyramid ships. They are an image, rebuilt.
Okay, you're just gonna toss this out there. Oh, you know, mapping would be like rebuilding a creature from the calcified remains we found aboard of the pyramid ships. What are you gonna do? You're gonna do that, Osiris? You're gonna actually rebuild a creature from those remains? You better do it now. You introduced the idea. You gotta do it. You said you were gonna do it.
We found aboard the pyramid ships. They are an image of a dissection, a deadened echo of existence. But to look at them as they are, to see their disparate parts, even understanding their anatomy, does not give us the knowledge to make them as they were.
Okay, yeah, so he's definitely so he's actually extending, okay, so I did get way ahead of myself with the previous comment. My bad. That's what happens. This is what happens in this format, but he's just relating it back to us understanding that, like, you know, the physical contents and matters of how these creatures look like, right? Because, like, if we look at like the fossils of dinosaurs, if you like, without all the advanced technology we have in order to like recreate what we think they look like, they would just be fossils, and it could have been just like up to our imagination of what exactly those creatures look like. You know, that dinosaur head could have maybe not even been a dinosaur. Maybe it was actually a, I don't know, fucking whale somehow. But yeah. And also, you know, like, just so it doesn't not give us, so like, obviously you can do a lot of, like, you know, assumptions just based on knowledge. Like, if you look at their teeth and how they're, like, you know, based on how many molars they have, or if there's a lot of canines, you could probably tell if they're like omnivore, herbivore, carnivore, that type of stuff. So you probably then determine what kind of diet they have. But this is like a space fantasy version, so, you know, let's extrapolate everything and make it like 100 times more difficult because of magic and paracausal energy. I mean, that still relates to what Osiris is saying, because even though we can get a good understanding, it's not like we have an accurate understanding, or a complete understanding, and we just based on the fossils, like, because in order for us to even come up with whatever the conclusion of what the animal was, like, we're using way more knowledge than just the fossil itself, right? Like, we're using a bunch of contextual clues on, like, where was the fossil found, like how old are these bones, like, what do we know about the time period, blah blah blah, what can we deduce from, you know, stuff like that. Oh, something else I should mention is dinosaurs, feathered creatures. I don't know if all of them were, but I do know, like, recently that a lot of a bunch of dinosaurs were like feathered creatures, which is not something we discovered until like fairly recently, right? So this would relate to what Osiris is talking about, right? Like, we had the concept of dinosaurs, but, you know, feathered dinosaurs were not really even a thing that we thought about outside of, like, you know, maybe like flying dinosaurs or something. I don't know, even like a pterodactyl. I don't use, like, those are not feathers, but yeah.
I will continue to seek the path the witness forged into the Traveler. But I am no longer confident that it could ever be walked again.
Okay, so all of that explanation was basically just to say that, yeah, we we cannot follow the witness. Wow. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We will have to rely on Southland's 15th wish. Wow.
Riven may be our only option.
Shocking. But I mean, this is like obviously a, like, you know, even though like, wow, I'm not surprised that what we've been working towards this entire season quest line was, you know, not pointless, and we do have to engage with Riven and have to use the 15th wish. Osiris was still trying to figure out if there was a different way, and we didn't have to rely on Riven because Sabathun being entered into this picture increases the complications and possible errors, and we might be being tricked even. But it does seem like she probably does want to stop the witness, as she was trying to secure the Traveler for herself. She did thwart the witness in the first Cataclysm as well, and it does seem like it is probably for her personal best interest that the witness does not achieve the final shape, because she probably will be included in that final shape, and that would not be a great result for her. So it could be that. So I think she does realize that the witness is such a serious threat that this wish might not actually be tainted. It might be like the first, like, you know, might be like a completely, it might be an action out of good faith, or there might be something more sinister looking within it. Who knows? We don't, but it does seem like we will be forced to encounter whatever misfortune comes our way, if that is what is planned for us. Here I am, Spirit Tinker,
So many wish to be
talking to Riven.
with their family. The absent and the estranged cause rifts in a person's psyche. I hear them even now. Let me speak to my father again, one last time. Let my daughter see me for who I am. One of the stranger human impulses, don't you find? Above all, Ahamkara want to feed, to drink deep of the gulf between desire and reality. Other Ahamkara are competitors for limited resources, not allies. The only exception is a mate. Sometimes we reach beyond ourselves. Perhaps if we stood by one another more, we'd have survived the great hunt. If we were a little more human. But that bargain is not within our natures to make.
Yeah, so Riven expressing possible, like, some sort of, like, she might be lamenting the fact that it is in Ahamkara's nature to be completely greedy and to stand by themselves and be so completely selfish, with the only exception being a mate, which they probably share some sort of like paracausal connection with, right? But yeah, we are breaking, but like even within humans, like, you know, a lot of people only see each other as other competitors for limited resources and not allies, even though the limited resources are, you know, probably not all that limited. It is, you know, we can define limited as like, oh, wow, you don't get all the resources. That must mean it's limited. I mean, sure, technically, but, you know, if you have enough resources, you know, maybe you won't even be able to feel that limit in the first place. Regardless, it is interesting to note that this whole discussion is basically like a nature versus nurture question, right? She talks about like it's in the nature of humans to do this, to be like, you know, to find to be closer to their family. Let me just fucking read the screen here. Like, so many wish to be closer with their family. That's so many. That's not even all of them, right? So many wish to be closer with their family. Like, what does closer even mean? She tries to go further into it by telling them, like, you know, giving us examples of, let me speak to my father again one last time. It's like, that's probably, I don't know, like, that one is a little bit less, I I would say, let me speak to my father again one last time and let my daughter see me for who I am, are two interesting phrases by Riven, because to be honest, to me, those aren't necessarily statements that would imply wanting to be closer with your family. It's more of like wanting to like clarify your own position. I guess you're like clarifying your own position within your family, but I wouldn't really necessarily like equate that with being closer. Like you're just defining yourself more, because like, let me speak to my father again one last time. It's like, what are the implications of wanting to speak to your father again one last time? Probably wanting to set things straight, or probably like say something incredibly important that you never got across in the first place. Which in that case, you know, that could definitely be wanting to get closer, although you're going to be dead after that. So, because you said one last time, you're not even like, let me speak to my father again forever. Just one last time? Really? Oh, sure. Let my daughter see me for who I am, though. That does seem like, you know, depending on the way you interpret that, could be, you know, more like you're trying to, that could be more standing up for yourself, more revealing your true nature. Like, oh, you're always, as a father or mother, like you're always like hiding too much of your identity because you're afraid that, you know, the people you raised might not agree with all your decisions. But I mean, that's life. But yeah, these two phrases being like, you know, not exactly what I would interpret as wishing to be closer with their family, is kind of interesting for Riven to speak, because it might relate to her nature of not exactly knowing, of not being human, right? And being Ahamkara. So she might take these fairly basic statements as, you know, being more evocative than what they, or provocative of than what they really mean. Like my words that I'm saying. Projection. Got him. Any case, if we go more towards the bottom of what she says, perhaps if we stood by one another more, we'd have survived the great hunt if we were a little more human, but that bargain is not within our natures to make. So here, so the great hunt, we know, I think only like there were 7 Ahamkara that managed to escape, or it was either 3 that like escaped or 7 escaped. One of those two numbers sounds correct. And among, so escaped as in they have gone missing, we are unaware of the location. That was after the great hunt. So it does seem like the reason that we were able to take them out was because they were all fairly independent and solitary. So we were able to probably just fight a bunch of guardians against one Ahamkara. Like we know Sorido was in charge of was also the Wishender was included in the great hunt. So the fact that she was taking part in that probably means something. I'm not sure what exactly it means. Like I tried reading into it, but I think I was wrong in that interpretation. But also, as we notice, as Riven spends time with as Riven spent more time with the Awoken in the Dreaming City. Okay, so on the topic of nurture, it is interesting to note what would happen if we had a baby Ahamkara, but never raise it to be like an Ahamkara. Like, what if because Riven is like postulating that like it is within the Ahamkara's nature to be completely greedy and to like, you know, siphon upon the wishes, right? But what ultimately is the greater purpose? Like that's something I'm not sure. I the greater purpose, like why, like, because like why do Ahamkara want to feed upon these wishes? Like what is the greater purpose? Like is like ascension to like some sort of godhood state? That could be it. And in that case, if we did take a young Ahamkara and we were like, oh no, you don't actually need to be completely greedy and don't need to make all the wishes completely, you know, in the most bad fate interpretation possible. Would that be a possibility even? Like, you know, it's an interesting question to ask. And, you know, it's related to the topic of nature versus nurture. How much does nurture really matter and how much does nature really matter? Can you overcome nature, your nature through enough nurture? Because it does seem like, because there are exceptions, right? A mate. So it is possible that just because it is within Ahamkara's nature to feed upon wishes, they are able to make exceptions. So it doesn't seem like so it seems like while it might be within their nature, it's not like an immutable aspect, which makes sense to me, at the very least, as a human, from my very human perspective. Not sure how this applies to Ahamkara, but it is, you know, it's a good question to ask.
And so you return. You return again, Guardian. And so does another egg from my clutch. It seems Mara's Harbinger has succeeded in pulling it close enough for you to catch. How convenient. Though it would have been far more convenient for them not to have been scattered at all. I have never taken Mara at her word. But she is not a fool. Had she been the one to set my eggs adrift, then she would have devised an easier way to retrieve them. One that requires less risk. But if Mara was not the one responsible, then who was? And what did they stand to gain from it? Manipulating the ley lines like this reeks of paracausal magic. And Ahamkara's doing.
First of all, really, we're gonna like, how do we go from manipulating? Okay, I guess it's because she's on Kara, so she's like, oh, I know I'm interacting with Riven anyways. But it's like, really, we went from manipulating the ley lines like this reeks of paracausal magic, and Ahamkara is doing. It's like, really, we're like paracausal magic must be on Ahamkara. It's like there's not like we can do paracausal magic. Could have been us. Maybe we manipulated the ley lines. She doesn't know that. Someone wish her this. How do you know that? Why do you even assume that?
And when I find out who it was,
why are you assuming it's true now?
then I will feast.
Okay, I mean, pretty simple. You know, not much for me to say there that I didn't already add. All right, for some reason, I've returned to the tower. I'm decrypting some engrams. What was that? Lord of Wolves energy weapon. I don't think I've ever used that in my entire life. I don't even remember ever getting that. So let's just oh, hold on. Exotic archive. Why am I sitting here? Oh, I guess I'm just looking at this stuff. I do have some resources. I don't think I get anything because I already bought all the bows. It's like, all right, well, yep, bought the bows. Yep. Oh no, maybe I was hoping they added a secret exotic for, you know, some reason, but they did not, to my knowledge. For some reason, I have to go all the way into my fucking quest menu, all the way back down here in order to access the Wishing All the Best quest. Here we are, complete the mission, Apophasis. All right, this brings us to our next mission, Apophasis. For those of you who don't know, Apophasis is a rhetorical device wherein the speaker or writer brings up a subject by denying it or denying that it should be brought up. Accordingly, it can be seen as a rhetorical relative of irony. I heard the phrase, but not. It's been like a while since I've had to do any like serious literary analysis, and that's probably where I heard it from like English, whatever. But I don't know, it's probably from my poetry class actually. But
We have a problem. I was prepping our entry point and Soul Divisive started pouring into the confluence. I managed to slip out into the Overcity undetected, but just barely.
How did they get ahead of us? Of the Techians?
I don't know, but we need to move on this.
Well, I suppose no plan survives contact with the enemy. Guardian, make sure whatever the Vex are planning doesn't survive contact with you.
got him. All right, that burn from Osiris. Anyways, it's important to, you know, to take note of the theme of wordplay that's presented in this mission. I see it's important, but it's important for me, not for you guys.
My brood is in peril. Sneak thieves ransack my lair. Roar my fury through your fangs. Consume them all.
She's worked up. I'll guard the confluence from the surface, make sure nothing tries to ambush you.
Yep, Riven is, yeah, worked up is how I would also probably describe her voice acting. It'd be cool if we like saw her model, like her tentacle things like flail around as well in order to display some of that anger. But I think that's way too much effort for like a line of dialogue in this mission.
I've been thinking about why the Vex would hit this spot. And The arboretum's where the confluence intersects with the Dreaming City's ley lines. They could be trying to establish a connection.
When are the Vex never not trying to establish a connection to everything?
Thereby removing our ability to appease Riven. That sounds like a Vex plan to me. One we cannot abide.
Great, so just stop the Vex.
In the deepest device of doing all sorts of weird things in the Black Garden.
Soul Divisive, we're doing all sort of weird things in the Black Garden. Soul Divisive seems like a faction,
Parts, they were experimenting with paracausal forces,
which might have been what led to the creation of the Scorn.
adjusting their code to more closely reflect the way they perceive the darkness.
Based.
But to no avail to my recollection. Perhaps this is the end of those experiments. Perhaps it is something new.
Huh, interesting. To his recollection, or Osiris's recollection, there's nothing of note that came out of it. And Osiris, pretty old, pretty important. You know, he was exiled as well, you know, so, you know. His word is probably pretty trustworthy on this. It takes me a while to find the last plate, even though I literally saw it and I just like, you know, let me not step on the plate. What happened here? I guess I just went AFK, never mind. All right, jump back up on this platform, make our way to the portal.
The Soul Divisive aren't.
Soul Divisive are a Vex collective located in the Black Garden that are the faithful protectors and worshippers of the Black Heart residing within it. All right, apparently there's a Black Heart within the Black Garden. Sure. I'm pretty sure that Black Garden is the Garden of Salvation. I don't know how many Black Gardens there are that are Vex related, but it's probably the Garden of Salvation. But yeah, it is interesting that, you know, that they were a Vex faction that were doing other experiments on this, because they were like darkness oriented Vex then. Because I think the Vex are like a neutral force, so darkness aligned Vex would that probably indicate something weird happening. It's good to have the context on that end. Now that I know who the Soul Divisive faction is referring to. This mission, it seems to have like cut down the like travel time we had to do to get up to the charges and barrier to free the ogre. Because we had to cross like half the map in order to do this during the coil, but this time around, like we just have this small little area, which was probably done on purpose, right? It's probably way easier to have this small area just be for the mission for a single person, or maybe a fire team of 3, and have like the coil be like a more extended, you have to travel like halfway across the map, kill a bunch of enemies, do a bunch of stuff, be a little bit more engaging than just the mission where you were focused on a very specific task of stopping the Vex. And it was kill the ogre, destroyed, go through the portal, go enter the lair again.
I did not think it possible.
Oracles outside the Bolt of Glass. Oh, it's a raid. Spoilers, by the way. This means now I know that there are oracles inside the Bolt of Glass. Gotta be really afraid of oracles, especially whenever I do the Bolt of Glass.
They are tapping into the darkness's memory. It may enhance their predictive capability.
I don't think got any enemies I even shot were oracles so far.
Taught the Soul Divisive some new tricks.
Well, that's an oracle.
The Soul Divisive sought to align their collective more closely with that which they want.
Nice jump. You walk into the spikes. You...
Now we know how.
Sought to align their collective more closely. It may enhance the resonance. Sought to align their collective.
Oh, so because darkness has to do with the memory, they're able to... there's some paracausal nonsense happening, like resonance. If they're tapping into the darkness's memory, may enhance their predictive capabilities. Like, really? Am I supposed to do like some serious analysis on like tech mumbo jumbo? Like, really? I'm supposed to be like, oh yes, well, this is the deeper moon guidance. Like, come on, it's pretty simple. Like, come on. What do you think this means?
Capabilities.
Looks like the witness might have taught the Soul Divisive some new tricks.
So I guess if the Soul Divisive were already like darkness orientated or leaned towards the darkness, maybe not exactly aligned with the darkness, and the witness arrived and was like, oh, here's some more darkness, because they were already darkness aligned. They were like, oh. So basically, you know, the Soul Divisives are like politicians, and the witness was a lobbyist, and because the so divisive or idiots. They're like, oh yeah, we already believe this idiotic thing. So the lobbyists, when they're like, oh, here's this idiotic thing that you should definitely believe in. It's like, oh yeah, I will gladly support this idiotic thing because I already support it. So give me money, yummy. I get to believe in brain damage while also believing that I am right, while also getting money. Wow. I assume that those are the oracles, by the way. And I assume that whatever relation, because they're oracles outside the Vault of Glass, we're having some weird memory disconnect issues, so we can't see them properly. I believe that's what's happening. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong though. Some exploding hydras. I believe those are supplicants. Let me double check that. Oh, I'm so right. Wow. 300 IQ game knowledge for sure. Where did I fight supplicants? Oh, I actually remember. That's Salvation's Edge. That's anyways, this platforming section fairly involved. I like it. You know, it's a good change in pace. Nice Hobgoblin just, you know, fucking glitching out. But it is a nice change in pace. It's not too combat heavy. Honestly, yeah. I mean, there's like a couple enemies. It's like, you know, just to be like a little bit of a nuisance, a little bit of engagement. Wow. Okay, by the way, look at this. Look what happened here. I placed my rally banner down. Gates open. I walk through the gates. Pervading darkness removed. Hello? Hello? Did I have to walk through this? Kick W?
There, you have them flat-footed.
Okay, so apparently I walked faster than the flag could have been activated. I walked through the door too quickly, even though I was delayed. That's a little wacky, but it's okay. At least I was able to re-trigger the flag here. Yeah, flat-footed. Oh, yes. Which one's flat-footed? I know we're using it as an expression. Shut up. But the bosses have changed. This time it's a Deceptor Mind instead of a little Hydro Boy. It is interesting that, you know, the mines can be these big boys or small boys. This being on, this having no difficulty modifiers made this embarrassingly easy. Wow, what was that? That's it? Really? There's no way. Do we already have the egg? Wow, what the heck? Trolled. Oh, pranked. Yeah, there we go. I was waiting for that. The Centroidial Mind has taken the place of the previous mind. I don't think anything too crazy happens. I'm pretty sure it's like the same mechanic as the previous boss, where you just have to destroy the barriers and then attack the boss. Mechanically, fairly easy to deal with. These little prison fuckers, though. Oh boy. Yeah, I didn't see that one where it came from, but it was floating around. Surprised I didn't blow myself up that time around, to be honest. But yeah, as you can see, the actual fight, you know, a little bit more difficult, as it should be. Light restricted. Wow, hold on. I need to rewatch that rocket shot. What is the hitbox? That one's fine. You know, it did hit like a tentacle, so we count this. Anyways, that's the end of that mission. Wow.
Fools! Poachers strip my dead. They wrap hungry jaws around my young.
Maybe we'd have gotten here sooner if you'd stop playing games with us.
I'm long finished playing with you, fallen prince.
Enough. There is nowhere they can run that the Guardian cannot deliver your retribution.
Wish it true.
Ask me to rewrite this failure, and I will make it so.
You really can't help yourself. We have a lead. In the darkness connection we detected in the oracles. Start there, find the trail. Your egg isn't lost yet.
All right, well, the Vex were one step ahead of us and pranked us by transmatting the egg to a unknown location. Now we gotta find this egg. Riven, very clearly, super angry. Why this mission is named Apophasis? Let me do some thinking now. In relation to the title Apophasis relating to the theme, I guess it would have to be like literal. I don't think it would be anywhere here except this very ending discussion. And it would be related to, I believe, I want to say Riven. It's probably Riven saying that, you know, she said that she's long finished playing with you, Fallen Prince, but she very clearly isn't. Like, you know, she's been playing games every mission with us beforehand, and even now afterwards, she's like, oh, wish it true. Really? You want us to wish it true? Come on, Riven. So that's where it come from, I believe. Anyways, we're back at the helm. Let's talk to Crow.
Hey, Guardian. The Vex may have snuck in ahead of us, but we're not out of the race yet. Osiris thinks that a Vex mind must have figured out how to simulate the Techians. So long as they have access to those algorithms, the Vex can track the eggs, same as we can.
Not the algorithms.
We'll just have to steal them back. I managed to pick up the trail. Looks like the sole device.
Of course they hid it away in the Black Garden. Oh my god, dude. Wow, so creative of them.
That's familiar territory.
Yeah, I wonder why they hid it there.
I remember how to get in. All we need is the head of a Vex Gate Lord.
A Vex Gate Lord. Apparently those exist. Shame they don't exist. I wish they existed. Come on, you can't tease us like that, Crow. Great, now you just have to kill Vex Mind instead. Lame.
And watching your back, of course.
All right, fairly standard dialogue from Crow. Nothing wild here. This does give us the exotic mission, Starcrossed. That is where they ended up taking the egg.
Queen Mara, I hail you now out of necessity of the heart. Else I feel as though I will burst into solar flame. Long have I admired you from afar. Ever since you graced me with your power and benevolence in the Reef Wars. Not a day goes by without me thinking back to the time you bade me repay that debt to you. How we spent hours together, long into the night. Would that you spirit me to your side again, to serve
Again, sorry.
your knight, your humble vassal, anything. I beg you to grant me an audience once more. Please give me the gift and the privilege of basking in your favor. For without you, I shall wither and crumble into dust, to be scattered across the cosmic winds.
This again? You and I both know he sounds nothing like that, Riven.
Perhaps I should use a voice with which you are even more intimately familiar. How about...
Do not speak her name.
As you wish, O Majesty mine.
That's probably referring to Serino, from what I know now. Okay, yeah. So I mean, just character interaction, banter, just building up the characters. Like, you know, there's not really too much for me to dissect or analyze there, but you know, it's just good to have these moments in order to build up the relationship between characters, express, you know, the ideas and philosophies behind how characters would interact. We're getting more insight into how Riven would manipulate and play with Mara, because Mara said that this is something that Mara said again, right? So this is implying that, you know, this is obviously not the first time Riven has done such a thing. But yeah, it is interesting that, you know, it does seem like she has done Shack multiple times. So I wonder what the first interaction ended up looking like, and if that actually had any success for Riven to have used Shax's voice again. But maybe Mara learned from her mistakes. Who knows?
Osiris, are you on this channel?
I am. Quite frequently these days. How may I assist the Queen's wrath?
A personal matter. I was hoping you could tell me about your experience with Strand, how it's affected you.
Strictly research, but it is fascinating.
We know you've learned to wield it.
Who told you this? Mara. The rumors are true, though I am still only a figment of my former self.
Yeah, because you're wearing sun bracers.
But your worth was never seated in the light. It's in your mind.
I imagine I'm not unlike one of your Techians, then. If I'm not mistaken, the Queen mentioned you trained as one yourself.
A long time ago, without much success. Though my sister, Pinar, excelled in her training. She was the pride of Amethyst. I was not. But, even with that power, she couldn't stop the House of Wolves from razing our home. I joined the Corsairs shortly after, to hunt the wolves down.
Loss has a way of shaping us all.
And clouding us. I thought the decisions I was making were the ones required of me. A kind of honor-bound reaction to pressure. I burned bridges across the reef on my hunt. Without Mara, I'd be an outcast. Now, seeing the new coven, having their respect, their trust, I can do more than just react. Maybe I can tap into that training for something progressive. As something other than a Techian. For the benefit of our people.
I've learned that failure is not a lacking within us. It is a sign that we were not ready to take the chance. We must fall to start again, Petra. But as long as we persist, hope remains. Potential remains. Perhaps you're ready now.
I can see why Mara values your perspective. Thank you, Osiris.
All right, so unlike Petra's interactions with Crow, she's way more serious with Osiris, and it really seems like the writers worked overtime in making Osiris way more meaningful and deep of a character than he was presented in Lightfall. Like, yeah, see, like this interactions where he's like trying to spout wisdom based on, you know, his past is exactly like the role of Osiris, of him being the mentor. But unfortunately in Lightfall, we didn't really have any of that, and that's because he was also discovering Strand for the first time. Like in retrospect, maybe Osiris should have discovered Strand and the Veil way before we got to Neptune, and the mission should have been us getting to Neptune to help Osiris. But Osiris was already semi-adept at Strand, and already started investigating the Veil. And then we came in, and we had to stop Callus from taking the Veil or something, and like a tower defense style mission. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but it's like it is. Lightfall is such a Lightfall is weird story wise. I mean, and character wise, because it's yeah. But yeah, no. not like there's not too much really to like analyze here. Fairly standard stuff, you know. Osiris is like, oh yeah, you know, failure. Failure is like failure is not exactly bad. It's it's a moment of learning. It's like we were not exactly prepared at the time to face a challenge, but that's what the state of failure indicates. It doesn't mean we can never do it. It doesn't mean we will never be ready. It's just that means we were not ready at the time for one reason or another, whether that is within our control or not. But yeah. Petra also had her sister, Pinar, which she died. We got some little bit of world building and lore through some dialogue, you know, pretty naturally woven in, you know, pretty decent rating. Wow, good job. But like writers actually working overtime, like seriously? Or was this in Lightfall? Like, where was any of this in Lightfall? Why were these not the interludes between our characters, by the way? Why were there no character interactions as the interludes? Why is Kaido talking to us? Why is Kaido not talking to Osiris and Rohan? Like, why am I talking about Lightfall when we were talking about Season Wish? Like, Lightfall is actually just rent-free, bro. But yes, Osiris presenting himself, like, whenever Osiris is being used to talk to other characters and have them express their feelings in a much more serious fashion and have Osiris fulfill that mentor role, like he should, like that's exactly his use case. That's where he really excels, and that's where the writing is excelling at, showcasing his character, and it's expanded upon Petra's character as well, you know. Now I know a bit more about her, you know, I'm able to, you know, recognize that she has also gone through her own struggles. She's not even the first Queen's Wrath. She's like second. She might even be third, fourth, technically, I guess. I'm not exactly aware of how many Queen's Wraths there have been, but, you know, that's a very important role to fulfill. She was also training to be a Techian, so that means that, like, you know, she's not as, she's like, because she's presented herself, like, you know, to be like a kind of boisterous hunter, like kind of like Crow, like maybe not like the most critical of thinkers, but her taking some sort of Techian training, even though she was not excellent at it, shows that, you know, she does have a deeper mind for, like, you know, more like advanced thoughts than just, you know, Golden Gun. Honestly, this really is like one of the best like flying cutscenes, like, because you get to see the tower in the distance, you get to fly in towards it. Like this is one of the best. This is one of the better orbit cutscenes for sure. I better do this on Legend. Imagine if I do this on normal. Did I just do this on normal? Why would I do this on normal?
Riven, you never mentioned you had a personal route to the Black Garden.
Okay, so I assume in the previous instances it wasn't actually the Black Garden then. Like I kind of assumed that based on what was being discussed, but previously I did think we were in the Black Garden, but then with what Cronus I was just saying, I was like, oh, maybe it's not actually the Black Garden, and now it seems like we were not actually in the Black Garden, but they were just a simulation of the Black Garden.
I never would have. But these are desperate times.
The last city and the Awoken have history here. What's your connection to it?
Currently, it's an inconvenience. My child is lost in this ontology, and our enemies are hunting.
All right. The exotic mission name Starcrossed. For some, like, did I really not do this in Ledger Mid? I can't believe I cucked myself. What the heck? You know, it might have been a thing of like me and you trying to do this, like, you know what? I might have literally done like all 7 hours in like one night straight, and that might be why. That might be why I was like, oh, let me just do normal. I was like, oh, I'll come back and do Legend later. And I don't know. I might have been forced to come back, actually. But anyways, I died through a really bad jump the first time around. Anyways, before finally making my way up to a bigger clearing. I think I don't remember. I'm pretty sure this is like a different area of the Black Garden, because I don't exactly remember doing this during I know we had a similar-ish location during the raid, but this is definitely a different area in general. Okay, wow, combat was pointless. Why did I choose normal? I'm actually a little confused.
I've heard whispers like this before. Riven was playing me. to a grave.
Those whispers aren't mine.
Huh. That could be Riven lying to us. That is something that Riven claims that they aren't her whispers. And, you know, due to the seriousness of what she stated, like her child's, or an egg of her child being at risk, is pretty serious enough for her to reveal that she has access to the Black Garden, which means she has some sort of connection to it. And she would have never revealed that to us had we not had to come here purposefully in order to collect her egg, in order to guarantee the survival of her progeny. So it seems like she might be serious. But in that case, if the whispers are Ahamkara-like and they are not from Riven, then that means they are almost certainly from another Ahamkara. And that's weird. Why would there be another Ahamkara here in the Black Garden? That's a great question. And if there is another Ahamkara here in the Black Garden, and if Riven has a connection to the Black Garden, I wonder if Riven has a connection to Ahamkara. And if Riven has a connection to Ahamkara, then as we learned, based on what exceptions Ahamkara make for other Ahamkara, it seems like, you know, it's probably another Ahamkara that she was particularly fond of and was probably her mate, which would then, which would make sense as to, she had to create those eggs somehow, unless the Ahamkara can just reproduce asexually, which I don't think. I don't think that, because I feel like it would have been mentioned, right? The fact that they mentioned having a mate, like where else is this gonna go? The mission is called Starcrossed. I wonder what Starcrossed is loving. Like I found my words that badly. That's how obvious it is. Like, I wonder what Starcrossed means. Starcrossed lovers. Come on. Anyways, I don't know why I'm I don't know why I'm heated over explaining like a non-concept, but here we are, just killing some enemies. Just chilling, just vibing. There was a buff thing back there. I think it has some importance, but I don't think I got to it right now. But yeah, Black Garden location, pretty cool. We got some grass, we got some blocky Vex cubes. It's a great contrast. Anyways, you see some symbols as we have what's this called? An obdurate? An obdurate phalanx. Cool. I actually have no idea what obdurate means. I'm gonna go with that. Obdurate. Stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion or course of action. Okay. That's a phalanx moment for sure. Okay, waste some time killing this thing. There's a symbol in the air. It's like a dragon. Maybe, Okay, it is definitely a dragon. It's are the symbols actually zodiac symbols? Because so if we go back to so the symbols are, I'm jumbling this up, but the symbols are look like the ones from the Shattered Throne dungeon. So that means they probably are Ahamkara related then in that case, right? Because the reason we went to Shattered Throne in the first place was due to the Curse of Riven, blah blah, all that stuff, right? So it seems like those symbols are Ahamkara related. Anyways, we come across this clearing.
The barrier ahead will not yield. But I've left latent sparks of paracausality you can harness. Break through.
So you have been here before.
No, Riven just had a secret path into the Black Garden for no reason. What are you talking about, Crow? Okay, regardless. Okay, right. So this is confirmation that they are Ahamkara related and that they are Ahamkara paracausal sparks of energy, which means that the ones in Shattered Throne were almost certainly also Ahamkara related and paracausally related. I don't know where I'm going for it. Like it's just there's just like a connection between the symbols and Riven, Ahamkara, Awoken. Like that's all just connected. But it's just cool to see, a mechanic that was introduced previously actually come back as it's tied thematically to the Awoken and Ahamkara in general, because their storylines are connected. Bro was still frozen. Yeesh. That's crazy, actually. Like, holy. Throw your wayframe. All right, great. Anyways, here I am clearing out this. Gonna kill this phalanx real quick. Boom. Ooh. But guess what? Paracausal energies dissipate. The lock resets. A paracausal spark forms. Uh-oh, it seems like me clearing out the area in order to gather the paracausal spark resulted in a failure. I wonder why this was the case. Actually, I don't wonder why, because as we realized, that was the symbol of that was 2 snakes. And what we have here for symbols, the order is a bird, a koi, and a twin and 2 snakes. Are these the zodiac symbols? Oh, you know what? They might be the zodiac animals. That might be it. But anyways, it's clear that we have to clear the enemies in a correct order in order to dissipate the lock. This section is actually way more annoying than you would think. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I'm just gonna skip through all of this because you really need to see what combat looks like. I'm not even playing legend difficulty because I'm trolling. But like, it's really tedious. Really tedious. Really tedious. Like, mechanically simple, but like the area is so open. There's like, it does seem like if this was maybe a little bit more compact, it might not be as annoying. But oh my god, dude, I don't know why it was this section area took so long. So annoying.
Hidden in the Black Garden? Is it yours?
Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm a little bit too hard on Crow right now. To be fair, I made a lot of extrapolations based on information that he does not necessarily have.
You've seen mine.
Ooh, boom. The reveal. Anyways, that's definitely confirmation of my theory. And that was my theory. You know, even before playing the mission, like, come on, I detailed my thought process and how I arrived at that conclusion, and it's like, come on, it's not that crazy conclusion to come up to. All the premises add up.
I assure you, that's not my voice.
It's getting louder.
Not relatable. Anyways, we pick up a buff, which allows us to traverse through this red mist. But I do see a chest thanks to one of the mods on my ghost. So I'm like, oh, well, I gotta head collect that. Here we go. See another pool of energy. Boom. Crowned by Dragon's buff. Crazy. There's a dude here. Nice. Get rid of this phalanx, you know. I do have a timer, 30 seconds. Any slower, buddy? Okay, just gonna ignore the phalanx. Based. Oh, blocked. Get cut. Nerd. Gotta fucking kill the phalanx. Yep. Do a standard DPS rotation. This phalanx has way too much HP. What is going... I swear to God, I moved closer with the rocket launcher and I was like, what is... why would I ever do that? But, no, here we are. I'm threading the needle. Boom. Right there. Blow up his cock and balls. Got him. Access to a chest. Requires Wishkeeper pattern unlocked. Uh-oh. Destroyed. Oh. I'm no longer crowned by dragons, but as I try to run out, I'm back in this mess. And here we are, taking tons of damage. A ton of damage. Oof. But it seems like that chest will require me to come back with the Wishkeeper. Good one, me. All right, let's move on. I died here again. What am I doing? Oh my! Okay, I just don't have. Okay, so I have Sire's Obligation, but I'm taking damage because I am not crowned by dragons. Question mark. Yes, you wanna? We're thinking. Slowly, my brain is like, oh, hold on, I'm putting stuff together. No, it stopped. Why did we stop? Yes, you're blocked off. Yes, why did we come back here? What am I doing? What is the thought process here? I'm trolling. All right, wow. Dude, these Amkara voices really got to my head or something. Why am I dying here? Why am I dying here? What did I die to? I'm just, what am I doing? I'm trolling. Oh, okay, I got stuck back here. I'm just walking. All right, we picked up the buff. You wanna, all right, no. Yes, 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 yes. No, no, why are we looking at the wall? Look at the buff. Look at the pool behind you. What are we doing? I wonder if, what are we doing here? What am I doing? I'm trolling. Oh my God, this is terror. Oh my God, this is disgusting. All right, pick off the Osiris buff. Okay, please look behind you. Look behind you. Look behind you. Oh my God, what is happening? I'm just inting in. You can't even, you failed to jump like 10 times already. Oh my God, please look behind you. Yes, you, is this video looping? Hello? Am I on a loop? Did I set up a loop? What is happening? Oh my God. How many times can you make the same mistake? Oh my God, I did it. I just brute forced it. Wow, that's all you had to do. You just had to hold the W key forward and it took you like 13 tries. Oh my God, I say you 13 tries. I'm talking myself in the past. Wow, inferior player. Jesus Christ. Okay, now that we got over the most difficult mechanical barrier ever presented.
You'll find the way is locked, but paracausal energy is your key.
These sparks seem different.
Because they are not mine.
Yes, okay, Crow, you're just Crow, you know, let's just say he's a hunter and not a warlock for a reason, okay? I guess, okay. Also, I keep on harping on this, but it's like, it is unfair of me to be saying this, especially when you consider the past events of what happened with Uldren and Riven. Of course, he's super not trusting Riven because this is what happened previously, and he's like, oh, he's super on guard, and he just can't trust anything Riven can say. But that's why we're here. We're just better. You know, we're built different. Anyways, I finally realized that, oh, if I collect both of the buffs, oh, no, I don't realize that I collect both the buffs. That's not where this happens. Anyways, I pick up one of the buff, but I realize that, you know, there's a buff here. This allows me to go back into the red miasma, filling up the area. Here I am able to now clear out these enemies. Boom. A gatekeeper wyvern. All right, so there's a red crystal in the air over a shield. That's almost certainly indicative of our objective. So assuming we need to access a transit mechanism, we probably need to enable a couple of keys before being able to activate the mechanic. Yep, so don't need to shoot the crystal. Let's interact with the object, imbue it with paracausal energy. Boom. That is step one. Done. We're gonna die here. Tragic. Good thing this is not a limited revive section. All right. Conveniently, we spawn outside, so I can go ahead and access entry number 2. Let's go ahead and take care of these bozos real quick. Dead, dead, dead. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. You're out. I say you're out, but I'm out. Why would you walk back through? Okay. Okay. I'm not taking any damage, and I don't have the buff. Let me, without the buff, walk through the red miasma. I didn't die. But what was the thought process there? I was like, oh yeah, let me just walk back for no reason, even though I don't need to. I need to kill and, you know, imbue paracausal energy into this key first. Like, what is happening? I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I mean, I could have died there and it would have mattered in like a more important situation. So it's good to recognize mistakes and try to not make them where they would be more fatal. Like, you know, if I was trying to like flawless or, you know, world's first something, you know, that death would have been so super preventable and unnecessary. So it's good to make sure. Oh, by the way, that fucking wave frame, look at this. It goes through his fucking legs. Holy. It doesn't even bounce back. It just straight through his legs, bounces against the wall and just lands against behind the tree. That's so lucky from the wyvern, but you know. Boom, hit it with shatter air, no heavy ammo. That's looking good. You want to use your super here, buddy. Ooh, heavy ammo, perfect. Stop. Okay, so I keep on. I didn't die there either. Got even luckier that time around. I think I think my brain is failing, and I think it's, and I don't think I'm realizing that because I don't have Damn's gift in that room, it doesn't matter. I think that's what's happening here. I think that's the only explanation. That's the only explanation I can think of why I keep on running back whenever the buff is running out. Because it doesn't make any sense for me to not just kill everything here and then run back once and not have to do this like same song and dance like for 3 minutes straight. Wait, hold on. Yes. Okay, imbued with Paracal's energy, and then I can just run out. Yes. Wow. Why not do this? Yes. Correct. And now you can just regain the buff and to go to that third area. Wow, you know, so I do know how to play the game. Great. Oh, I'm changing fragments. That's crazy. Why am I doing this? I randomly changed a fragment in like a middle of Lightfall, like randomly. I'm like, why did I do that? Is that a misclick? I didn't change anything. I was just looking, I guess. What was I looking at? Whisper of Bonds. Did I forget? Defeating opposing targets generates an orb of power. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, second one was... I was just looking at what Whisper of Bonds did. I just forgot what it did. And I was like, And Whisper of Chains while you are near frozen targets or friendly stasis crystal, you can reduce damage to targets. Yeah, that's that one sounds good. I know they did some stuff with Frost Armor and for the final shape, and I have no idea what that changed. But Whisper of Chains reads good to me. Or at least it did read good to me. I don't know if they updated it. Anyways, I changed bonds for rending apparently because I guess I did not need I didn't need those additional orbs of power, which kind of makes sense. It's not like fucking Winter's Wrath is that great of a super. Honestly, Winter's Wrath kind of fucking sucks. Like if it needs, the time needs to be increased. Like it's a roaming super, it's not a DPS super, but I feel it does not, because you have to left click in order to send out your missiles. Then you have to wait for them to be frozen. Then you have to purposely shatter them. So I think like Winter's Wrath super time just needs to be like double or something. Or instead of sending out a ball of energy, like you do like a cone, like it's like a breath cone weapon where it's like in a cone in front of you, you freeze every time you use a super or something, or you use an attack. I don't know, spitballing, but these just changes literally just like double the time of Winter's Wrath. I think I don't think it's long enough. It feels pretty weak as a super. Anyway, switching out bonds for Whisper of Rending, primary ammo weapons do increase damage to stasis crystals and frozen targets. I mean, sure. I mean, with the Verglas curve, it's... I don't know. I feel like maybe... I mean, with the Verglas curve, it's like... I mean, if I'm shooting a shattered target with the Verglas curve anyway, it's going to be an add, and they're probably going to die anyway, so it's like... How really necessary is it? Like, do I need to do increased damage to stasis crystals and frozen targets? You know, maybe if it does, like, more damage to, like, you know... red bars or yellow bar, not red bars. The red bars fucking die anyways. To yellow bars, the majors. All right, third pathway is gonna be the same thing. Nothing too crazy happens. Wow, I killed it first time around, and then beat it with Paracausal energy. I had no idea why I was wasting so much time in that middle room. Whack. All right, so we return outside. There's some Vex that have occupied the space outside. It's like, great. There's a Wyvern. He's a big dude. He's a malignant Wyvern. That's how much of a big dude he is. I'm gonna just, you know, wrap around him, ignore him real quick. No big deal. There's a big ass mind enemy here. Gotta kill a goblin. Let me drop out a crystal. Yes, sir. Boom. What are we doing? Hide behind cover. Why are you welling in cover? Oh my god, dude. Okay, let's break this down. All right. So you're engaging with the enemy, right? Here we are. Enemy in front of us. Right. Boom. Killed a goblin. I have a stack of Hail Barrage. But I'm currently under fire from a lot of enemies, right? So I should get in cover immediately, right? So I drop down an Ice Crystal. I drop down. But I drop down not behind cover, but into the open. I stay in the open. I slide not behind cover, which I think I was probably meaning to do, and then I just well down in this little corner, and I die from the Wyvern behind me because I ran around it. What a terrible engagement. Okay, so first of all, I have to clear the Wyvern by itself, right? It cannot be behind me. So hopefully here I am doing that first. Like, it is okay to play back here. Like, there's no reason to push up so aggro for no reason. Yep, see, here we are, the Wyvern. It's backing off. We have the Hobgoblin you want to hit. Yes, thank you. Going to Adjusting Crystals. It was aiming way too shallow. Let's do it. This might have to be a jump shot. Yeah, I'm not able to exactly get a good estimate on what the range is. I don't even know. I have to aim actually way higher thinking about it. I don't even know if I would be able to land it that far. Actually, I probably would be able to. I would just have to. It would just be depend on the trajectory of the crystal for sure. Hit a Penumbral Blast, do a little bit of shatter damage. I think that might be like 15% extra shatter damage. I'm not too sure. Winter's Wrath, here we are, popping off. Do some DPS. Boom, boom. 40k, 60k, 40k. Another 40k. But like, look how long it takes to activate it. Like, it's way better for like clearing ads instead of doing damage. But I wish I had like the option between another stasis super that was just like a pure DPS option. Because, you know, it's fine to have like, you know, a roaming super that is okay against like ads and like clearing out a bunch of enemies, but I don't really need that. I just need a big nuke button. Yep, shatter a bunch of crystals. Honestly, not bad damage. Ooh, the Apex Predator didn't activate bait and switch even. I mean, Apex Predator, no bait and switch, by the way, was like 70k compared to Winter's Wrath, which is like 40k per shot. I was getting a little bit greedy. I was like, oh, I might die here, but like, bro, he had the 1 HP. I was like, come on. Yep. Yep. Shatter. Yep. Boom. Boom. 10k. Do you want to do? Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I had to replay that. You got to see how close it was. Honestly. Maybe if I got underneath him and he stopped me, I might have died, but.
The Vex couldn't have created all this. They can't simulate paracausality.
You truly wish to know?
Watch yourself, Guardian.
All right, so really good warning from Crow. I don't think that was the intention of that one. Although it really could be, honestly, the way that dialogue came up with the way it was designed along with what Riven is saying, blah blah blah, with her saying specifically, "Oh, if you wish to know," you know. But you know, the fact that Crow can't pick up on. I guess Crow wasn't there for when Riven talked about the exception. So, and you know, his whole personal experience. So I guess he doesn't know that Kara would mate in the first place. But surely he would like surely he would be like, how do those eggs exist? Right? Like that was a question in my mind. I was like, oh, here's the answer. But like I said, Crow totally could have been warning us, or the developers who purposely, you know, made this mission, introduced the voice line exactly on where we would fall, and it's about Crow helping us. So I think that is pretty intentional, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the more I think about it, I'm like, it feels really intentional. But here I am, I'm stuck, you know, I'm like, oh, where the fuck am I supposed to jump? It's like, bro, look at the lights. Look at the lights. Yep, you see it? Ooh, how many times do I fail this jump? Oh my god, first try. You did not believe in me. How many times will I fail this jump? Yep, I'm looking. I don't even know where I'm jumping. Where do you think? Do you think you're jumping down there, buddy? Where do you think you're going? Yes, 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 yes. Ooh, am I cooked? Oh, I'm not. Wow, that was close. Good timing by me. I'm fucked here. Yeah. Ooh, I knew that was going to be really bad. How many times am I going to fail this jump? Let's see here. Second time around. Big jump, big jump. Oh, burst down. Good one. We gotta hover, boy. Yes, yes, it's launching. Jump, 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 hover. Okay, great. Why would you jump after? why would you do that? Why would you do that, me? Oh, sneaky? Sneaky beaky? Should hell control. Why am I back up here? Why would I do that? What? I'm like, okay, let me I burst glide on. Let me try to drift halfway across the map. What are we talking about? Yes. Close. We finally have an idea on the timing. Which what do you think the timing is gonna be? Oh, let me just jump at it while it's gonna be there. Come on, buddy. Like, what was that? What was that? Are we? And the calling clip ends, bro. Come on. Nice, I die. What was that? Death number 5. All right, 6th attempt. Nice. By the way, this is all I had to do. Why make it so complicated? Thank you. Just a straight jump forward. Wow. Wonder where I have to go this time around. Ooh, almost pranked by the wall above me. Let's look at this again. Let's look. Boom, boom. The ceiling bumps me down.
The way forward lies in solving the paracausality of this place.
What did you protect here?
Many things. But whoever scattered the clutch is using this lair against me. The Queen couldn't have done this. Though an Ahamkara could have.
I wonder if Riven just keeps on going back to Ahamkara as being someone who did something with this, because maybe she had like a rivalry between other Ahamkara, because they were fairly independent, but it's not like she's mentioned someone as a... Well, she might have mentioned someone in like a previous season or expansion that I'm just not aware of, but I feel like they would have probably mentioned someone else. Yeah, but an Ahamkara could. You know, I wonder if this... I was gonna say, I wonder if it's like, oh, well, it's not wondering anymore if I know the answer. It's a fine line I have to navigate through these videos. All right, we pick up Dam's gift after clearing out some Vex. Let's see, we come across this pretty nice view of a waterfall and a Vex portal. Doing some more traversing. This location is pretty large, to be honest. You know, we've made a lot. You know, we've gotten pretty far in. Here we are. We've encountered some Taken this time around. The Vex have maybe the Taken was what was needed to kill me. All right. Wow, the Centurion is really wow. These Taken are really fucking me, huh? You want to shoot the Axiom darts? Thank you. Yes. Okay, that's all you have to do, buddy. Just shoot the Axiom darts. Why are we trolling? Why are we? Oh my god, dude. Wait, 300 IQ. I set my own protection barrier. Just crouch down and shoot underneath the crystals. Ignore the tracking. Shoot the ball! Shoot the Axiom darts! I'm trolling! I'm actually trolling. Shoot the Axiom darts! They're so slow! Oh my god. That's okay. They're dying anyways. The power of the crystals. Yep. You want to shatter the crystal right next to the dude? No. That's fine. You want to shatter a crystal? Too far. Unlucky. I did not actually expect her to die. Boom. They're just bombarding the corner. Wow. Toxic Minotaurs. That's what I'm talking about. The Vex have like... Oh, wait. That's actually a cool animation. Let's see. The spin around the arm. For blasting. Boom. Spin arm. But anyways. I really do feel like the Vex... You know, Vex enemy types really are pretty annoying, huh? Backing up as he's rushing me down. He goes down. No problem. Here's another one. I missed, but it's okay. Ooh. That was whack. Let's look at that. Wait for him. I shoot it and it bounces off the foot of the Minotaur. Oh my, that's crazy. Wait, it bounced off the foot of the Minotaur. And it did damage, but it didn't activate. That's funny. That's crazy. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again. And it did not. I guess instances like this where I'm using like the wave frame to destroy a crystal might actually be more meaningful. But thanks to rending, but you know. You know, maybe rending is just good enough. I feel I'm trying to pay attention to how much more damage I'm doing to orange bars, and I think it is slightly increased on the shatter. So kill. I think I do have artifact, or there are artifact mods that are also increasing the shatter damage, by the way. I think for the final shape they try to wrap some of those shatter damage bonuses into 6 itself, because I think they just doubled the shatter damage. So it's probably not too far off from current day. So there is a shield. I'm like, oh wow, there's an immunity shield. I wonder if there's been any other previous immunity mechanics introduced. Yes. Wow. Anyways, picking up Dam's Gift, I'm trying to attack the shield. I'm like, bro, what's happening? What's happening? Let's see if anything progresses. Where did I end up going? I skipped 5 seconds. I'm like, oh yeah. Okay, I did see a little red miasma pathway. Here we are. This takes us to a room full of that miasma where we need to take out some vandals. So this is actually an area where we would have to remember to run back out of and re-enter every time if we don't want to die. Centurion followed me. I'm like, all right, why did I waste so many crystal in there? Like, okay, every time I see an immune thing, I really have to stop wasting like 5 shots. I'm like, oh yeah, maybe it'll change the 5th time around. But anyways, it's clear that just having Dam's Gift is not quite good enough to deal damage to shield enemies. The Burglass Curb is actually... What was it? What? Hold on. Yep, Shatter. What is the thought process behind here? What is the thought process of placing the crystals directly where you're going to land? Why would I ever do that? What was the point? Why not aim to the side? Why not place it on top of the shield? I don't understand. Why fire at all? What are you shooting at? It's shield up. All right, come back in. Dam's Gift. Try to finish this guy off. I still don't think I'm registering the fact that, you know, I'm not dealing damage to this guy, even though I just see 300 immune. Well, I realized it because I gave up instantly. I was like, okay, he's immune. I know that. I guess I'm just confused at why he's not taking damage. Wow, it took... Wow. Got Dam's Gift. I'm like, oh my god. Gotta follow this pathway down here. There we go. Here we go. Here I see some symbols. Wow, cool. Dam's Gift. Let's go. 30 seconds this time around. Gotta kill some enemies. Did not die, actually. Do I manage to get back out? Just barely. Boom. Do I see the second portal? Finally. I didn't see the first. I didn't see the portal. I didn't see the buff pool the first time around. But as I'm leaving this entrance, I'm like, ah, there it is. Okay, hold on. Picking up Sire's obligation. As we can see, there are symbols above this this blue portal room. The snake, the koi, and the bird. Here we are. This room to the left with the red miasma that we just came out of has a koi symbol above it. I wonder if these symbols have any relation with each other. Why would you think you can go through the portal when there's symbols above it? Okay, doesn't matter. At least I have figured out that there's a second buff pool. Here we go, pick this up. Yes, I can see the symbol. And I'm going through the red miasma without Dan. Yep, unwelcome. Wow, what did you think was gonna happen, buddy? Color match. Yep, so clearly at this point I realize I need to go back and pick up the buff. I'm also able to damage Centurion, although I don't know if I directly realize it quite yet. Shoot the top of the crystal? Wow. Are you serious? Okay. 1, the shield blocked my crystal. Cool. Shield blocked the crystal. Cool. You realize that? Jump! The branch from the tree in front of me blocked me from destroying the crystal. Then I go value destroy it. Wow. Crowned by Dragons, refresh the buff. Good to know that it does that. Boom, I'm in. I don't know if I don't think I was paying attention to the correct order. I think I was like, oh my god, I think I'm finally damage to the Centaurions. I think I know what I'm doing, bro. All right, let's kill this guy. The lock resets because I'm retarded and I fucking destroyed the Coil symbol instead of, you know, the other symbol first. Like, great job. Come on, what do you think the mechanic here is? Let's use your brain a little bit. Wow, now you look at the symbols. Okay. At this point, I discovered what mechanics do. I know how the encounters go. It's all about executing that and not dying. Clear through, blah, 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 kill everything. Died to a phalanx. Thankfully, we have infinite revives. It also does not seem like it did anything to the barrier. Question mark. Okay, with the final phalanx down, the barrier is deactivated. Now we just have to defeat all hostiles in this area. Boom, boom, boom. And make our way down. Let's go. Ooh, rally banner. Surely we're in for some insane stuff here. For some reason, there's just both pools at the bottom of this location. So, boom. There's a pool here. Yeah, so you just need to combine paracausal energies and kill the Vex. This is incredibly simple. Wow. That's this takes me a while, huh? I died here. All right. I wonder how many times I died. It is. I don't think I died too many times here. It's not like this is the most complex of encounters, bro. But it is weird that it spawns you outside and there is no consequence. Like, mechanically, like it gives you both pools before the mechanic you even need, and there's both pools inside the room. So it's like, and it's a small room, which makes the mind like, you know, a dangerous enemy. But because it's so small, there's not really like the mechanic of gathering the energies is just like not there at all. So this boss fight is just do damage. Oh, I probably died because I got fucking captured and blew myself up, but yeah, I mean, that was a boss. That sure was a boss. Not a very good one. Encounter was actually really, really, you know, it's just there. Ooh, is that an egg?
The voices are asking to use me as a vessel.
That's Tyrannus.
Who?
Let him speak. Please.
I'll try anything twice. Let's hear you, whoever you are.
Riven, how I've missed you.
Tyrannus, what have you done?
I've made my last wish.
Your wish, you utter fool.
It's been fulfilled. Thanks to you and the Wishkeeper, I can rest.
If there were anything left of you, I'd flay it from your bones.
It was good to dance with you, oh beloved mine. One last time.
Who was he, Riven?
Tyrannus was my mate.
Wow, Tyrannus was Riven's mate. With that, we ended up getting the Wishkeeper. which is a Strand exotic bow. I'll give you my thoughts on the Wishkeeper right now. I think it's pretty fucking bad. I don't think I ever unlocked any of the additional craftable like traits either, so that might be like limiting me. But like when I'm comparing this to the Verglas Curve, Snare Weaver requires way too much commitment for your primary weapon. Like you have to get final blows and precision hits to build energy for Snare Weaver arrows for the suspend patterns. Suspension is better than, you know, the stasis crystals, freezing or like honestly, I don't know actually. Okay, so the stasis effect of being like, you know, being stranded in the air. That is probably better than these slowing and freezing effects of stasis because they are actually held in place, right? But it requires 6 charges, and that's way too much commitment. Because if you get 1 kill, that's only 2 charges, and you need to get 3 kills. So even though you get a slightly better effect, it requires so much investment. 3 kills on ads? Are we serious? To activate the perk? That's insane. That's way too much commitment. Like, if it was like, and the problem is the Verglas Curve, it can't be like the Verglas Curve. Because if it's like 1 strand arrow per kill, that's kind of broken. Like, I guess it would be kind of broken. Also, it wouldn't really have a mechanic attached to it, right? Because like you get 1 kill and you have a thing of strand. Wow, that's pretty simple for a strand bow. Like, you know, I guess you would hope for exotic weapon to be a little bit more exotic. But it's like, come on, the exotic Verglas Curve creates crystals, but it creates a lot of crystals, right? So it is already kind of similar to the Verglas Curve, as in, you know, you have to get the stack in order to activate it. You have to kill something first before boom. Then you have to kill something before being able to activate the exotic perk. But yeah, there's way too much commitment required with the Wishkeeper. Like, if it was like, honestly, it would literally have to, like, it would straight up have to, you have to kill 1 enemy with a precision kill in order to get a smaller snare. Like, yeah, perhaps if that was one of the like trade-offs perks that were bonus. I already looked up the perks. It was like a hatchling, a splice, I think, and 2 other things that were like whatever. I think one of them was Vorpal Weapon, which was just like the dumbest thing ever. Like, why would you put a Vorpal Weapon on your primary? Are you trolling? Why would you're going to use your primary weapon to do DPS? Are you trolling? But anyways, that's completely besides the point. It looks pretty cool though. Like, as we can see here, we have the Ahamkara head. We have it shaped to the body, the talons. Wishkeeper, also the name Wishkeeper, related to Ahamkara. As we know, the Wish Ender was Siraida's bow, and this is also a bow, so Wishkeeper. So, you know, a little bit meta connection there. And the Wish Ender, you know, brought about the end of all the Ahamkaras, right? She was participating in the Great Hunt. And here we are with the Wish Keeper, because now with all the eggs from Riven, we're about to bring back a bunch of Ahamkara. So, you know, his final wish was very human of Tyrannus. Forgot his name for a second. And, you know, it's pretty good writing because, you know, because this mission was built up of Tyrannus wanting to dance, we'll say, as he puts it, dance with Riven one last time, just, you know, as a final farewell, right? Which is, as Riven would put it, incredibly human of him. So this also leans into the whole nature versus nurture of Ahamkara, right? Because it is interesting that Ahamkara will make an exception for their mate, right? So it is possible that with enough time, perhaps Ahamkara can have their natures changed. Which, you know, does bring about the question I asked earlier of what happens if we do raise young Ahamkara and teach them to be less like Ahamkara and, you know, more like humans or humanity. Because I guess technically the Woken are humans and the Exo are also technically humans. So technically we're all humans, but it's like, I'll just wrap around under the banner of humanity, because we do have, like, you know, we're now allied with Cabal. They're not human exactly, humanoids, I guess. I mean, we could say that for like most of the races. Like, we are allied with some of the House of Light. You know, we're allied with those Elixni, Cabal, Elixni. Am I forgetting who else? Who else is important? I don't know. You know, Scorn, we're not really allies with at all. We're not really allies with, you know, the Vex at all. But yeah. the thematic introduction of, introducing how
Who was he, Riven?
cars can be human, and then presenting it through an exotic mission where it was hinted at that, and Kara did it. Is like, why would Kara do this? It's, because it was mate. So I still feel like, well, actually, I say that, but Riven knew that this was Taranis's lair. So the fact that we were here probably already was indicative to her of what was happening, which is why she was so reliant on calling it a wish, right? So, and that was confirmed when he said it was his final wish as well. So yeah. Overall, like the mission mechanically, I had some good ideas. Like I like the collecting buffs ideas to do stuff, but like, or like how you collect the different buffs in order to either traverse through a passageway or to see a symbol. I think if that was expanded on, it would be better, because like the problem is like it felt like pretty linear. Like it's like, because it's not like, because it's always like, you get the buff and then you do this. It's not like, you can get a buff and then do something before doing something before getting a buff, right? So it's not like so it's pretty like mechanically simple once you figure out the mechanics, which is probably true in most cases, but like it was also like not only simple but incredibly linear and straightforward and didn't really require too much from my end. But yeah, I do think the theme and the location of the mission was good. Mechanics and gameplay were okay. The story is honestly pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. The introduction of Taranis, the humanization of the Karas. It is interesting that this is all being done, by the way, like through Riven's spirit, and as she's about to make the final wish, right? So I guess this is like kind of like a final send off for Riven as well, like wrapping up her character.
I was not always a prisoner in the dreaming city. The Ahamkara were once free to roam its halls. That's where I met Taranis. And Taranis, unlike others, unlike me, cherished those who wished to him. Those who bargained with him were safe. It must have cost him. I found his restraint intriguing. And my art, my dreaming halls, my dance with the queen moved Taranis in turn. Together, we became the ebb and flow of the tide. Through him, a tireless cycle of bargaining and feeding, of peace. Taranis invited me to his lair, a place where we couldn't be found, in the ontology of the Black Garden. My joy of turning desire to woe faded for one rapturous moment. We made successes together. We built secrets together. And then came your great hunt of the Ahamkara. The Queen took my freedom under guise of protection. Taranis and I were forever separated. But we could still whisper to one another in the space between. At least until a king arrived and made a bargain I could not refuse. I became both king and dragon. I spoke with his voice, and Taranis knew it. So he did the one thing our kind must never do. Grant his own wish at the cost of his existence. A wish to keep the eggs out of harm's reach until
until someone could protect them. Someone like you. His wish keeper.
Yeah, I mean, that cutscene cleared up quite a bit. I don't have too much to say. I mean, yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. It is, I think the biggest reveal was definitely the fact that I had no idea that Oryx took Riven. I had no idea she was taken. So taken Ankara is actually kind of crazy. And I guess that's what caused the events of Forsaken, right? Although the Taken King, wasn't that Destiny 1? So Taken King. So I guess maybe because because Riven was taken, maybe that's what led her to steer Uldren the wrong way in the first place. But but this is definitely like probably like the most interesting reveal, right? Oryx's ship. Here we are, a black square rectangle. I mean, technically it's square, but so we'll say rectangle. Oryx, boom, taking Riven. That's actually crazy. Ankara can grant their own wishes, although it's not something you're supposed to do. It is interesting. So it does confirm that, the Ankara don't necessarily have to be completely, maniacal. It does seem like Riven, maybe it is in their nature to be completely greedy, but somehow Tyrannus was able to put that aside. I guess that provided a good foil for Riven, and which is why she found him intriguing, blah blah, love story stuff. If that does it for you, Coulson 100, I guess. Yep, lots of Ankara sex. I mean, wow, 7 eggs? That's crazy, dude. I guess his bones just became the Wishkeeper through magic. It's interesting that it chose Strand. I'm not sure why it is Strand. It almost feels like it was forced to be Strand. It feels like the Wishkeeper really should not be Strand at all. It should just be like, it should really be like a foil to the Wishender, right? Wishender was a singular primary, is it like a single arrow, very heavy damage bow. Like the Wishkeeper could have been like the exact opposite of that, where you fire off a volley of arrows every time or something like that, instead of having it be a single power damage bow. But it's but Burglass Curve is a kind of an ad clear bow. Tiku's is kind of an ad clear bow. I mean, they have to ad clear, right? That's a weakness of a bow. So exotic trait making them ad clear, as well as doing primary damage, is like, okay, well, yeah. Anyways, anyway, yeah. I mean, it's not like I have too much more to say about that. Love story stuff, if you care, if it's intriguing, sure. I do like the humanization. I mean, I don't have too much of a connection to Riven, so I don't feel anything from this. I guess I wish, I mean, Great Hunt of Ankara was under the guise of like, oh, they're dangerous. I mean, I would like to know why, I guess if Riven didn't accept, she would have been killed. Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. It's shocking, I know. But, cool cutscene. I like the humanization, although I don't particularly care for it. It does explain the eggs. It is like a whole wrap up on Riven's character arc. It does show that, Ankara do have the potential to show humanity and to not be complete monsters. So we're setting up the future of Ankara. We're finishing off Riven. We're like completing her character arc. Her lover died, blah blah. She has her progeny, and we're gonna keep them safe. Maybe we eat them. I don't know. Ankara scrambled eggs sounds pretty good.
Tyrannus was always a sentimental fool. His last wish has caused us no small amount of trouble. All wishes come at a cost, even those we are. Something is wrong. Its stench lingers in the air, wafting up from the shadows of the confluence. I remember this sensation.
corruption seeps into my lair, as it once did into me. Mara's Techians expect another egg will enter our reality soon. Cut the strings of those taken puppets as you traverse the confluence. As I said before,
All right, so Riven confirms that Orcs' bargain and Witness's bargain has expired, so we should be, trusting her mostly in good faith. I mean, that's what we've already doing her bidding. It's not like we really have another choice, according to Osiris. I do like the emotion, like Riven's voice actor, definitely, I do like the change in the voice acting direction and how it's a bit more somber and less aggressive than it was before, which makes sense. And, it's good that, the direction was taken that way. Because it's showing her character progression through dialogue as well. Yeah, see, why didn't I just do on Legend the first time around? Bozo. All right, next mission is Synchysis. Synchysis is a rhetorical technique wherein words are intentionally scattered to create bewilderment or for some other purpose.
The confluence. Guardian, we have reason to believe the next egg could be in danger. Taken corruption has infected the confluence.
It's being drawn in through a breach between Eleusinia and the Dreaming City. I feel it. This is not a disorganized swarm. It is a concerted attack.
Maybe they've rallied around a field leader. One the Guardian can target to scatter them to the winds.
Find them, my wrath, and see it done.
All right, the taken influence is gonna corrupt one of her eggs, and we gotta stop that. I did like how Riven did give us the analogy of like putrid oil on water to describe the taken influence on her, I believe. And as we know, like due to the density differences between oil and water, they do separate. So it is interesting, right? Like the taken layer and power is like a layer above the true self. Maybe that hints more towards the nature of taken. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. Who knows?
I kept them in check.
I do think, like, it's pretty intentional light, though.
your desire, these sullied halls, and see your stagnant years of toil. It is like a game, isn't it? One you simply must continue testing. Why not let me help you? I can free us.
I'd rather fight another 1,000 cycles and watch you starve.
So, prickly, Petra. You awoken never trust my good intentions. Pity.
Yeah, for some reason, I switched over to the Quicksilver Storm. I have no idea why. And here we are, failing a jump once again. No big deal.
Built on the edge of envenomed knives. Why risk slipping? You wish to
All right. Riven just trying to tempt Petra, playing with her. I don't think she has actually any intentions of doing anything to Petra. I think she's playing games because that's Riven.
These braziers stabilize the pathways of the confluence, much like Ascendant beacons in the ley lines. They'll need to be relit, and the Taken hold their fuel.
Dang, the reload. It's been a while. I mean, I guess I have to reload for whatever you call them for my Apex and my Waveframe, but it's different when it's a primary. I did remember, I probably switched to this because I saw one of the challenges or whatever, and I had to do like primary ammo or something. But we're at this place, you just have to light some braziers, no big deal. It's pretty simple, like actual freelo, like come on. We're doing this after the exotic quest? Really? Like we're doing this after the exotic quest? Question mark?
Why not forgive like you have the prince? We can help each other more.
Every Corsair I've watched die, knowing it was coming. Your help would be a mockery of their sacrifice.
We both want our kind to be free. Simply say it.
Silence! Each of your 1,000 tongues be still. Gratitude is all we wish to hear from Riven this day.
My thanks. You have
All right, Mara stops the bickering. Thanks, appreciate that actually. And she's like, yeah, well, she's gonna thank Riven. She doesn't want to deal with any of this nonsense. And Petra is clearly not. Petra is probably not, you know, someone who should be dealing with Riven, even in her compromised state. So Mara's gonna cut that short. Right, we're gonna activate some plates. Can't get the. So the chests are teased in solo play, so they are still there technically. It's just we are not able to access them. I say we are not able to access them, but I don't know. There's a chance. I'm pretty sure we are not actually able to access them. I'm pretty sure I did check on a different mission, which is why I didn't bother this time around. All right, place down the Raleigh banner. It's your boy Rogner. Bleed down to the terrace.
The beast that hunts my young. Erase this intruder from my lair.
So, the Taken do have a field commander.
Yeah, I mean, this is the discount board get fight. I mean, come on. Like doing the Lair and doing the Coil when these are the official missions, like really messed up the sense of my timeline of when I completed this stuff, huh? Oh, it's been taken. The egg been taken. That's crazy.
A knight bearing Zivu Arath's mark. She must still hold sway over the Taken.
Zivu Arath's mark, huh?
Whatever the Guardians did to her, her power must be waning.
My egg. What has become of my will?
It's polluted by the Taken's corruption, but intact.
You recover one of my brood, only to let another suffer for your cause. And for this, you demand gratitude.
Contain yourself. We have the egg. Petra, Guardian, return with it, and I will see if its corruption can be reversed.
All right. Well, it is interesting. I guess. I mean, Synchysis in relation to what happened this mission. I don't know. Maybe I probably go with like the fact that, you know, Riven. I just learned Riven did choose to be taken by Oryx, and now one of her eggs has been corrupted. I'm pretty sure, I highly doubt I don't think we can reverse the corruption. Maybe not yet, at least. So I do wonder what will happen, because this is very clearly, obviously, a plot thread. And it is interesting that Riven, although she accepted the power of Oryx voluntarily, is especially annoyed by the fact that one of her eggs was taken. I do wonder, it is interesting if it ever gives birth to a taken Ahamkara. I wonder what's gonna happen.
I haven't spoken to Jolion since Glint raised me.
You used to be inseparable. It's not just anyone who would follow you into the Black Garden.
I thought you'd want me to keep my distance.
Queen Mara wanted to protect you from Uldren's memories. I think we're past that.
Yeah, probably.
You should reach out. Jolion is a good man.
I'm a different person. That probably goes for Jolion too. The last time he saw me...
Let him make that decision. You were close. Chances are you could be again.
I'll think about it. Advice, Petra.
Yeah, well, I never take it.
You know, good advice relative to whatever. Also, it's kind of weird that they don't even show the head. Like, really? We can't even show Crow's and Petra's head, like, over the projector? We just gotta hear their voices? Sure. I know it's a complaint before, but whatever. Constellation Wish. Boom. All right, clearly Wishkeeper related. It's a quest. Nice. Did I do this? I have no idea. Constellation Tower. Launch exotic mission. Oh, okay. I suppose these are all for the bow. And you have to do all these quests. And I just I don't think I ever did them.
I have no love for Riven, and no complete trust of an Ahamkara's predatory nature. But we need that final wish fulfilled. A bargain with Riven cannot be altered, perhaps not even by her. And we owe her all of the clutch. Guardians have freed Techians from Taken influence before. The effort and circumstances were extraordinary, but perhaps it can be done again. In our war with the Taken in the Dreaming Halls, we found that Taken ontology, when faced with itself, feeds on itself. Following that principle, you should be able to find a coalescence of Taken essentia in the Ascendant realm. Theoretically, we could use it to cleanse the egg. That's all the strategy I can offer you, I'm afraid. Your tenacity in this is appreciated. And appropriate. If we fail here, Riven loses an egg. But we lose our path to the Witness. And all roads thereafter.
I mean, what's wrong with a corrupted egg? You know, not all eggs have to be the best. Come on, Riven. Come on, it's gotta be, can't be so short-sighted. Complete an Ascendant challenge. Wow, that's crazy, dude. We're really wasting our time. Complete an Ascendant challenge. Really? Come on. What is this? All right, this is this Sumerian Garrison? Did I go back to this one? I did. Wow, it is the only Ascendant plane challenge I've done actually, and it was this one this time around as well. Here we are. Let's take out the goblins, dude. I remember, dude. This place was annoying as hell the first time around. I'm not even following the main road. I'm fucking jumping across. We are boom, boom, destroyed. The streakers. Crossing the bridge. I mean, I'm straight up ignoring these shadow thralls right now. I'm basically speedrunning this, dude. I'm literally have not let go of the W key this entire time. I've actually unironically never let go of the W key. I even turned around and still haven't let go. All right. There's some crystals down. We'll aim a little bit better next time, but it's okay. Doesn't really matter. Just keep on jumping. Yep, they spawn in front of me. Doesn't really matter. Just get around them. Wow, dude. Look at this. I wonder if I make the jump the first time around. Pretty sure I do. I say I'm pretty sure I do, and that's based on nothing. I miss, and I still keep on holding W. You know, we're just that much better. Pretending I have a P90 in my hand. That's the strat. Ooh, get tripped, nerd. Actual pranked. A lot of Taken blast things. We're just gonna literally ignore all of them. We're actually just we just ignore all of them. The nights close in, but it doesn't even matter. Like, wow, that was not even, it even present one nice aim, but it's okay. Here we go. Still holding W, still aiming, still shooting. That's actually impressive. Good job, me. You can't believe this. I've not let go of the W key. This is impressive. Oh, I let go. Damn. You know, I had to make sure I get on the rocks correctly because this is the part that will fuck me up. Hold on, I'm fucking up. Oh, the collisions. And it seems like I probably make it safely. I'm not falling over. Destroy those acolyte eyes. Not sliding off. Hit the ball for no reason. Well, the reason was because I can, actually, is the ball light stays there. Am I gonna hit this one as well? No, I ignored this one. I do make several jumps across these rocks. Boom, boom. You know, I'm just waiting to see if I fall, and I don't. Oh, close, but I don't. All right, let's see if I bother with these ads. Ooh, almost get blasted off by a phalanx, but I dropped some ice crystals. Stasis crystals. Okay, fine. They're technically not ice, but honestly, stasis is very similar in concept to ice with the whole how ice is technically, you know, particles being like moving at an incredibly slow rate, which is basically stasis. So even though it's not ice, it's paracausal ice. In any case, wow, that was incredibly easy. Look at that. This was a fight last time around, and here I'm like, oh, one Apex Predator shot, it's dead. Your boy Drachna, favored by dueling Karu. I killed her too. Favored by Karu. Yeah, wow, that was so simple this time around, dude.
You have it? Yes. I can sense the recurrent hunger collapsing in on itself. If left alone, do you think a corrupted egg would produce a whim like Riven? Would it retain control of itself? Or would it be a beast whose...
Could never be satiated. I can't believe I cut off Mara's line. I wonder if she had anything more to say after that. Good questions, though. You know, they're all questions I've asked and am asking myself. And I think it would be interesting to have a take on Ahamkara, and especially like with the whole nature versus nurture topic, and try to see what happens if we nature like a take on Ahamkara. That'd be crazy. That would literally be wild. That'd be insane.
Shirochi and the others have made good use of the taken essentia you obtained. The spell to cleanse the egg has been prepared, but it requires paracausal fuel to ignite. Riven could provide us with the spark herself, but we can't trust her not to take advantage. In her current state,
you can't trust her. You can't trust her.
Admit it. I'd take it myself, but
She might be almost ill in her current state, maybe.
Mother, and made too many wishes out loud during this operation. For all we know, that's how the Great Hunt was begun. Instead,
So we don't actually know how the Great Hunt was begun? Okay. So I didn't literally mention it in the cutscene with Riven and Tyrannus, because I was like, oh, we probably have explanation of how the Great Hunt started, because we know why the Mora went after Riven. But it is interesting that the purpose of the Great Hunt is not exactly explained, and Riven didn't go into it either. Like, why exactly were Ahamkara deemed so threatening that they had to be exterminated? This might be answered in lore, but I have not even the slightest clue. And it is interesting that Petrus is like proposing that we might not even have an idea of why it begun, or at least she might not know. Mara probably knows. I mean, Mara almost certainly knows, but Petra doesn't, and we don't either. Interesting.
That's how the Great Hunt was begun. Instead, you could allow the egg to feed on your desire as a catalyst to jumpstart the spell. It should be perfectly safe. This Ahamkara is not yet born. You're not making a true bargain.
True bargain, huh? Wow, that's how you wanna do this? True bargains? What's the difference between a bargain and a true bargain?
We have no other choices.
Destroyed.
Head to Riven's
Get called out on your fallacy.
Crave of the outcome. Let's hope we don't end up with another curse.
Nah, I mean it is only an egg. Complete pathways in the Riven's Lair or the Coil to cleanse the egg. Okay, wow. I'm sure you don't. Wow, okay, that was actually in the clip. Sure, you don't need to see me go through the Coil again. Already went through it. Yep.
With what you recovered,
Okay, here it is. Believe that.
the Taken haunt these halls once again. This is a fortuitous intersection of events for us. With what you recovered and my incantations, we are ready. Press forward. Keep in your mind the desire to cleanse the corruption. The tiny whim in that egg won't be able to resist your paracausal desire. They will make it reality, and in turn draw the poison out to be fused with the essentia you carry.
Yeah, I mean, I like how I just have to accept that this is totally possibly, this is just within the realms of something that can happen. You know, that is where the space fantasy vibes especially come in. Okay, we had to fight the aspirational construct. We kill it. It's dead.
Do you know what an infant Ahamkara is called? A whim.
Riven just saying that to us is kind of weird. I mean, I guess it makes sense because we're doing stuff in relation to our babies, but it really feels like that line in this moment feels kind of forced. Like, I don't know why it's not phrased as like Crow or Petra or Mara asking Riven this. It's just Riven is just telling us, it's like a fun trivia fact. Oh, you know what Ahamkara baby's called? A whim. Get it? Wish, blah, whim. But it's like, okay, cool. Like a cool fun fact, but why tell us right now? What is the relevance?
This is a fortuitous intersection of events for us. Can haunt these halls. The Taken haunt these halls once again. This is a fortuitous intersection of events for us. With what you recovered and my incantations, we are ready. Press forward. Keep in your mind the desire to cleanse the corruption. The tiny whim in that egg won't be able to resist your paracausal desire. They will make it reality, and in turn draw the poison out to be fused with the essentia you carry.
Honestly, like Mara said, whim there. It's like, come on. Why did Riven like explicitly make it so explicit? I guess we could have even capitalized a whim to make it stand out. Or Mara could have explained whim. Or, you know, we could have been like, what is a whim? And then Riven would then explain it to us. It's just weird that Riven was like, oh, what is it, baby? I'm Carl, a whim. I was like, I know, I got it right here. Very cool. Cute writing. But it's like, it feels a little forced. All right, here we are. I'm just gonna skip through all this. I don't think I need to do anything about it. We're doing some more Coil.
These halls are getting a little crowded. Let's go hunting, fire team.
I thought I knew all of the hidden routes to the Dreaming City, but I never found Riven's little corner.
It was my first time seeing this place as well. I've used the confluence many times, but our queen keeps her secrets close.
Life in the distributary taught her the value of information. Seems like she's relaxing a bit, though. Don't you think?
We're both learning that not every offer is followed by a knife. That we have with us more than allies of convenience.
I mean, pretty explicit in what is being conveyed through that messaging there. I mean, I don't think we really needed it to be that explicit, but sure, you know, the dialogue exchanges between Crow and Petra actually feel fairly substantial, and it feels like we're making progress, or they're progressing their relationship. And it is interesting, you know, hearing them talk about how they view Mara from their perspective, especially Petra, because, you know, it seems like because it's her brother and her Queen's Wrath, right? They're probably arguably two of the closest people to Mara, and even from them, she still keeps many secrets, right? So just showcasing, you know, how deep Mara's plans can go, and like how she's pretty cautious of everybody, right? Which makes her fairly well equipped to deal with Riven out of everyone, and which is why Riven capitalized upon Aldrin. Also does show a lot about Riven's Riven's character, that she was able to deal with Mara and mess with Aldrin at the same time, right? Wow, I got fucking beamed. Holy wait. Right. Boom. Because I'm pretty sure we're oh, did I die from... Wait. There's no way... Okay, no. It was removed before. I was like, no way I died from a Forbidding Darkness stack. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're at like -20 light right now in this stage. So it's either -15 or -20. So it's like, all right, well, I can't fucking troll around. I died. Anyways. Wow, everyone is dead. Everyone is dead. Amazing. Good thing we have enough Reptilians. Kill me. Oh my god, it happens. No idea. Okay, that's from the other dude. Oh, he killed himself with a rocket or something. Oh, did he die? Hold on. What happened to him? Oh. Rip your boy Stable quitting Rocket L. Probably Rocket League. I mean, I don't know if you're quitting Rocket League or if Rocket League was forcing you to quit. But you know, he fell. It happens, you know? Well, I can't say anything, especially when I have Warlock Jump incidents all over my channel. Anyways, here we are back at Alika, the Pelrot. Let's kill this guy real quick. Boom. Dead.
Your city. Isn't it unfortunate your city hunted down all of my kind, Osiris? You might have wished for St. Fortian's return from the forest.
And have him trade the Vexus Dormant for yours.
Perhaps you simply didn't want him back badly enough to pay the price.
Save the bait for someone naive enough to take it.
Yeah, I mean, Osiris' shutdown was pretty effective. It's like, yeah, I mean, come on, Osiris is If Osiris falls to Riven, I mean, come on, it's over, right? Because like even if because Mara values Osiris' input, right? Ooh, dang. Look at that. Crazy. 48,000 score. Orbs created 42. What is this? New ornament available. Congratulations on discovering Witchkeeper. Oh, I guess. Oh, yeah, because I did buy this from the shop before I even managed to find a weapon. Live. Tyrannus. Tyrannus Riven's mate. Sure. You know, I guess as a last name, that's fine. I guess it's Riven's mate specifically because we're probably gonna forget Tyrannus's name. So it's like, all right, Tyrannus, and then in relation to Riven's mate. By the way, as you can see, the day I recorded this was May 31st, 2024. Do not look at the date of the video being uploaded right now. Just ignore the date being ignore the upload date of this video. The immaterial message. Also, why does this new Strandbow have a weapon ornament already? Where's Verglass Curve weapon ornament? Why don't exotics allow you to apply shaders? Come on, are we serious? You're not even allowed to apply a shader to an exotic ornament? We're trolling. We're actually trolling. Yeah, the exotic looks pretty good though. Yeah, looks way better. I say it looks way better. I think the problem is a little bit more that the original Witchkeeper, if it played more into like the Ahamkara bone theme / angle, I think it'd be a little bit better. Like, because you can get the Ahamkara head and talons, whatever, but like it doesn't really feel like Ahamkara. It doesn't feel like it's made of Ahamkara bones in particular. It might not be, but I think if like the color palette was like a little bit whiter, more ivory instead of like this brown. Like, yeah, it's like not even a good brown, like this wacky wood kind of brown. Kind of bronze actually, like a wood bronze hybrid kind of brown instead of like a ivory white like you're showing on the claws here. It's a little bit silver. Like maybe if that was the color theme for the entirety of the Strandbow, the bow, not Strandbow. I mean, it's a Strandbow, but just the bow in general. That would make it a little bit more in theme of the Ahamkara bone like. Because here, what's fair, because like the body, okay, because the body is fairly similar. I mean, obviously, it's using the same model, but here we are. What's happening here? Yeah, because when we see here, we're losing part of the Ahamkara-ness, and it's replaced with like it's kind of Greek. It's giving me Apollo vibes, like, you know, the Greek god with the wings and everything. Especially since it's called Immaterial Messenger. I feel like that's playing into kind of the godly Apollo vibes. Not Artemis. I'm definitely not getting Artemis vibes. That's because like of the wings, right? The wings are more Apollo than Artemis to me. I know it could be Hermes. I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly what that theme is. It could not be. It could. I mean, it's probably not like Greek god related or inspired, but it could be. That's a vibe I'm getting from it at the very least. In any case, our next step is when theories change, plans must change with them. Riven is about to discuss one such change with Mara and Osiris. We're gonna go ahead and listen in. Let's go. Back at the helm.
I've ascertained the path the witness took, but the veil alone cannot safely reconstruct it.
What stops you?
Instability. The veil traces the shape of our consciousness, but that shifts as fluidly as our thoughts do. It is as though we alter the path by observing. None would survive the crossing.
I can grant passage. Savathun's wish can we
Nice clip end.
weave the ley lines into the veil. Weave the ley lines into the veil. Entangle them for a moment. But you will not send an army on the wings of a wish. Only one. You've done me a great many services, a warden's mine. I'll grant the ultimate Ahamkara courtesy. The complete truth. Savathun's wish grants one singular passage. No more. How many of my clutch would you have saved had you been privy to the limitations of our arrangement?
Play your part, lest I shape you into a trinket of caged hunger to be forgotten in the Guardian's vault.
I am your helpless prisoner. Entangle them for a moment. But you will not send an army on the wings of a wish. Only one. You've done me a great many services, O Warden's Mind. I'll grant you the ultimate Ahamkara courtesy. The complete truth. Savathun's wish grants one singular passage. No more. How many of my clutch would you have saved had you been privy to the limitations of our arrangement?
Play your part, lest I shape you into a trinket of caged hunger to be forgotten in the Guardian's vault.
I am your helpless prisoner. What other part would you wish I play? I cannot change Savathun's intent.
Then what you bring to me?
One. Maybe all we need.
I am being transparent, kind even. It could always be worse, as you know.
This is our only way to pursue the witness.
One to send.
Curious. This simplifies things. What if... Yes. Guardian, excuse me, I believe I'm onto something.
All right, so interesting. So based on this cutscene, it seems like Savathun's wish was twisted and is only going to grant one person passageway. And this is done because, wait, let me reorganize my thoughts. So first, Osiris conveys to Mara what he conveyed to us earlier, except this time it's confirmation. He cannot travel through the veil because the thoughts keep on shifting, and because of the veil relating to our thoughts, the thought that the pathway that the witness used is shifting around, and we were probably not going to survive that pathway. So in this case, Savathun's wish will allow Riven and her magic to manipulate the ley lines in order to bring back, in order to allow us to travel along that path. By us, I mean one person, and we have to choose one person. And by we, I mean it seems like Mara's going to choose one person to grant passageway. So yeah, so this is basically the downside to the wish, right? Riven said that we might suggested that we might not have captured all of her progeny beforehand if we knew of this information, but I think the problem with that is that if we knew that information beforehand, we probably still if we still need Riven's wish, or Savathun's wish and Riven's magic in order to traverse that line. So us having that information would probably have not changed us from getting the eggs, but it would have granted us more time, and that transparency would then allow us to trust Riven more. And because she didn't do that and is doing this as a plot twist because she's fucking Ahamkara, she's like, only one person can go. Mara got triggered, and actually, interestingly enough, Osiris stops her with Strand. So he's straining, but Mara is clearly empowered, right? Mara is Osiris's Strand power probably, is probably not strongest, but the fact that he's able to stop Mara in the first place, pretty impressive. Although, to be fair to Mara, Mara's even though she's angry, almost certainly realizes, the gravity of the situation and knows that she can't actually do anything to Riven, because especially since Riven is already dead and this is just a spirit. So her releasing her frustration is probably pretty pointless. And so she's probably allowing Osiris to hold her back. But the fact that Osiris is even able to have the capability to use Strand to such a degree in order to hold Mar back in the first place is actually incredibly impressive. And it showcases the progress he's made with Strand. Mara breaks free from it, which shows that, she might have complete control. But Osiris isn't completely distraught that she broke away, right? Yes, and then Osiris says it simplifies things. What if, yes, Guardian, excuse me, I believe I'm onto something. This is probably in relation to the Strand and Veil. I mean, they seem pretty connected. They are pretty connected. So I think this probably has to do more with I want to say this probably has more to do with Strand, to be honest, because he already knows the way to manipulate the Veil in order to access the pathway. So it's not like there's a breakthrough on that front. However, maybe the fact that, they can only send one through might change something in Osiris' thought process. But just based on this reaction, I feel like this is more of a Strand-related discovery. Like the fact that he was able to use Strand in order to hold Mora back probably is a practical use of something he a practical use of theory he had of how to use Strand in order to stop stuff. And it's boom, he's able to stop Mara off, even if it was voluntarily on her end, right? That's crazy. So yeah, hopefully Osiris makes a breakthrough. Pick up some rewards. Speak to Osiris at the Hollow Projector. Let's go.
One to send, she said. I believe the witness had found a point of weakness and exploited that point to pierce the traveler's defenses. But the witness did not gain entrance through an attack. It parried. There was no need to breach a door because through the traveler's resistance, the way was left open. Its blast was meant to expel, but the witness redirected the flow of that intent with its own, using the veil. If Riven can imprint the ley lines into the veil, send one of our own to the other side without invitation, we can open the door. Once open, Guardian, the path to it matters not. Only that we're now able to cross the threshold. The veil will flow to that point around any obstacle. I told you I was onto something. It sounds simple in retrospect to use the ley lines as means of travel, as we have before. But they do not touch the traveler, nor the veil, and not even Mara can command them to do so. It may seem as though Riven promises more than is possible, but that is the foundation of a wish. We must yield to our disbelief and give ourselves over to chance. In that unknown venture, in discovery, the path forward is revealed. One egg remains. Then all our integument risks, our layered depths to this cause, finally, their worth will be realized.
I was actually mistaken. Osiris' discovery did have to do with the veil, and it seems like this explanation from Osiris finally explains what happened at the end of Lightfall. By the way, Season of the Wish. This is I believe this is the third, maybe fourth season of whatever year of, was it 2023? Because I think it got extended. So this is either what? It's the last season, right? Since this is coming out now, the date of fucking probably October 1st, since we're recording this the night before. Seasons have kind of technically returned, so riff episodes, but this is technically the final season. So it took until now, which was probably 4 seasons after the end of Lightfall, for us to finally get an explanation of what happened at the end of Lightfall. Crazy. Wow. So what happened was that the Traveler attacked the Witness, and then the Witness used the power of the Veil to push back against that power in order to open a pathway that it could travel through. So that's why the Witness needed the Veil, in order to make the pathway into the Traveler. Which I guess you could have extrapolated by the fact that, the Witness needed the Veil, and then they were like, oh, our ghost is oh, we lost, and then he was able to travel into the Traveler. Funny, but But I mean, there's there's so much in between the lines of reading you could have done of what actually happened. But yeah. But this is like confirmation of what happened from Osiris. Now, at the end of Lightfall, finally explained. Nice. It only took this long. Very cool.
Thanks to Mara's efforts, the egg was cleansed of its corruption and saved. The irony is not lost on me. I suppose I should thank her, though she may not be. The Techeuns have determined the trajectory of my final egg. It won't be within our reach for some time. A fortunate delay, according to Petra. She and the Techeuns have a plan. Guardians complain of the nature of Ahamkara, that we hoard secrets like you hoard weapons. Then you understand us. Why demand a river flow uphill? We all have our settled natures. This is an Ahamkara's.
Yeah, I mean, once again, so first of all, like the comparison of how relating how they Kara store secrets like we store weapons in our vault is a meta referential, but and Mara made the same exact threat to Riven earlier because, you know, at the end of Witch Queen, we did turn the worm into a weapon, and that weapon is in our vault and has never seen the light of day, and will probably never see the light of day. And that is a behavior that is expected within Guardians, and thus the writers have tapped into it and now on a meta level are talking about the nature of Guardians based on how players actually interact. So it's pretty cool to see that the players, like the actual behavior of the players actually influence how Guardians lore is in the story. So pretty good merging of, you know, gameplay and story and the meta context of the player, you know, reducing that ludonarrative dissonance by like quite a bit in like by instances like this. Although, you know, pretty good. I do like the threat of I did like Mara's threat. I didn't forgot to mention it because because I mean it's pretty self-explanatory. But yeah, I was saying, my vault's pretty empty. I'm not really a weapon hoarder. If I can delete I've deleted like most of the weapons that aren't. I've deleted a lot of weapons because they're all trash. But yeah, I mean, this once again begs the question of nature versus nurture. Ahamkara can be different, right? Riven keeps on saying that this is the nature of Ahamkara, but we know Tyrannus existed, and it seems like that wasn't the nature of all Ahamkara. So she's projecting her experience as a Ahamkara onto all Ahamkara, which is something that all people probably also do to like some degree, right? Like, there's only so many times I can explain that, you know, that talk about the nature versus nurture stuff. But yeah.
Been there to stop you. What were you hoping to achieve by threatening Riven? Had I not been there to stop you?
Osiris, I admit I was angry. I'm seldom able to express my emotions openly. But I had no intention of harming Riven. I only wanted her to believe I might.
Perhaps you could warn me first. I was worried you lost sight of our goal.
Have I ever been one to miss the forest for the trees?
Quite the opposite. While I tend to find myself mired in the details of the leaves.
Both sorts are necessary. Your eyes on the fight before us, and mine on the horizon.
How do you see the end so clearly? Even within the infinite forest, I could not predict as you do.
Clairvoyance is a charade. The ground shifts beneath us as we walk. We manage best when we make our own stepping stones. You know better than most how many times we've had to adjust our methods to achieve victory. My death at Saturn to pierce Oryx's defenses.
Countless recalculations against the Vex. Stealing Savathun's secrets from within.
The planting of the silver tree on Io.
I took some convincing on that. But it truly was the beginning.
Sagira's death, Crow's choices, your new perspective, none of these were part of the plan.
Each adjustment came at a cost. I wonder what costs the witness has yet to extract from us.
Whatever they are, we will meet them. And persevere.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm triggered by how badly they messed up Osiris's character in Lightfall. Like, come on, what are we like? Really? This is like okay. This exchange between Osiris and Mara, pretty good actually. But first of all, I don't understand why we can't get like some hollow projector pictures. Like, really, we're just hearing their voice lines. We're just standing here, just listening to voice lines. Whatever. Okay. But yes, I mean, once again, I mean, like what they're saying, fairly like pretty self-explanatory. Blah blah blah. Like Osiris literally says, "Oh wow," Mara's like, "Oh, have I ever been one to miss the forest of trees?" And Osiris is like, quite the opposite. And then he's the one focused on details, and they're like, "Oh yeah, both sorts are necessary because you need all types of different people to have different perspectives." And Mara is basically saying that the plan is more of having an end goal in mind, and whatever happens in between will happen, right? It's about being able to adjust and adapt to any situation that makes Mara so successful, because she then post hoc justifies all of her actions as being correct because she ends up in a superior position. So Osiris is character, because he's so worried by the details. It seems like he is usually not worried. Like he knows that there's a forest, he knows that there are trees, but he's focused on the leaves on the trees, right? So if we're going by that metaphor that he described himself as, by the type of person he is, like his personality, then him worried that like he's not able to see the end clearly is because he's so focused on all the minor details that he's unable to see the end at all. This is why I prefer writing stuff down instead of like spinning stuff out of my head. But yeah.
Has yet to extract from us.
Guardian, I'm glad you're here. I've been thinking about what Riven said. If we have to pin all our hopes on a single person, there's one obvious choice. But I think I have a better idea. Now hear me out. If you go through the portal, there's no way we can send anyone in after you. You'd be out there on your own. But Mara and I share a bond. Even across the Ascendant plane, I can always sense where she is. And the same goes for her. So, let me do it. If I go through the portal, Mara can use our connection to guide everyone through to, well, wherever I end up. I plant the beacon, and you come and kick the door down. Please, Guardian. I have to believe I was reforged in the light for a purpose. I can do this. We can do this. I just have to tell Mara.
All right, so Crow suggests that, if one Guardian was supposed to do this, or one person, well, you were, probably the most skilled individual to go through and enter the Traveler. However, there is the problem of us being the only people within the Traveler. And then in that case, it would be us versus the witness. And as talented and skilled as we are, and even though we've trained with Strand, we almost certainly are no match for the witness. Thus, Crow brings about his bond with Mara, and it's much greater than just like some sort of sibling relationship, right? It's almost paracausal in nature, right? Because the way he describes it, that they share a bond and they can find each other, even across the Ascendant plane. I feel like maybe the Traveler might have different rules, but honestly, this thought process isn't terrible. And if we're able to somehow use her connection. Okay, so the way I'm thinking about it would be, okay, we know Crow's location. Mara then conveys that information to Osiris, and Osiris is able to then use those thoughts in order to make the pathway to Crow a little bit more stable than previously, and we could travel through that. I assume that's probably what's going to happen there. So I like it. It's they're using the connection, and it's being explained as more than just, a strong relationship between siblings. It's definitely paracausal, which is almost certainly caused by them being awakening. Like, yeah. By awakening, by them being awoken.
The final egg lies in the heart of the confluence, where the Queen's throne sits in the Dreaming City. It's hidden in a far corner, inaccessible except through the dormant Oracle engine. Reactivating the engine would be trivial, if not for the Vex. We've been spending our focus on claiming eggs, while the Soul Divisive encircles our walls. Another threat to this system, and it's the Reef and its people that pay for it once again. War always comes with a cost, but every day seems to bring a new one. There's never time to rebuild. When this is done, if we're still standing, the Reef and its people come first for me. I hope I'll have your support in that. Locate the Vex Oracles preventing us from accessing the Oracle engine. Destroy them. Then we can get on with this bargain. The witness lies just beyond our reach.
You know, pretty good thematic introduction, or introduction, like I keep on saying introduction. Pretty good way, like the way Petra's dialogue. War always comes with a cost, but every day seems to bring a new one. There's never time to rebuild. When this is done, if we're still standing, the Reef and his people come first for me. It's a pretty good way to tie in the themes of war and how it's stopping progress and tying it in with Petra and her dialogue in a pretty natural way. So, you know, pretty smooth dialogue. Like, seriously, some of the Season of the Wish dialogue has been pretty good. Pretty good. Where were the writers when it came to Lightfall? What happened? Like, I'm just like every time, like Lightfall is just a conundrum. It's the biggest quandary of all time. What happened with Lightfall? Oh man. Anyways, this mission is not really a mission. Defeat combatants and destroy Vex Oracles and Semitic Carriers, Harbingers, Seclude, and Gardens of Asila. Oh yeah, okay, so this one is fucking annoying. Alright, make my way all the way to the spine of Caress after wasting a bunch of time. There's some Scorn. Here we go. Let's take care of them real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I crossed the bridge. What is that giant white crystal? Let me shoot it. Oh, it took damage. That's crazy. Oh, it exploded. Prismatic telemetry. Oh, is that the Oracle engine? Interesting. So if it's clear that, you know, my goal is to destroy these white crystals. Now, the challenging and annoying part is having to find them. Yep, 27. You know, got a couple more. Where are they? Are they in here? Or are they inside the room itself? Or are they back outside? Let's see if I can find them. I'm gonna take a good look. Just kidding, not gonna take a good look at all. I'm just running around.
You find, gifts are the least we can offer. Please, help your Our Lady,
I found a star cat.
But please, help yourself to whatever you find. Gifts are the least we can offer to you.
There's a tech in. Cool. No crystals. No crystals. No crystals. No crystals. No crystals. No crystals. Still looking. Oh, I see a crystal. Do I see it? I see it. Now, right now. I saw it when I was walking back to the bridge. But I didn't see it in the video. Ooh, spicy. You're so slow, buddy. Come on. All right, we're running around. We're wasting a lot of time. Here's some more taken. Knock them out. Take care of them. Take care of them. All right. Kill a bunch of taken. That gives me a bunch of telemetry as well. However, it's not quite enough. Still looking for some crystals. I can't believe I never found that crystal I saw the first time around. It's crazy. Taking me forever. Ooh, wow. Pick up that one fragment. So worth it. I'm just running around looking for some crystals. I mean, there's not really too much for me to add here. It's just the hunt for the crystals is was incredibly annoying. Like, look at this. Look at this. Like, it is crazy. Like, it's mainly because I don't have a problem with the game giving you an objective that, you know, you have to actually look for. I just wish the game did it more often because it's so jarring whenever the game does this. That's like, oh my God, I actually have to use my eyes to look around and not just look at the objective marker. Come on. By the way, textures in this game are incredible. Like, yeesh. There's no like DLSS going on or anything as well. It is actually impressive. Anyways, do I find a crystal? That's not a crystal. That's not a crystal. Wishing all the best here, yeah. Nope. Still looking for the crystals. This is actually impressive how long it takes me. Oh, I finally found it. That's the one I was talking about earlier. Wow. That's one. Or technically that's two. Boom. Second crystal down. Pick up some more of these scorn shards. Boom. Boom. Like, there's only so many places I haven't looked so far. Like, I looked everywhere inside the building, so they must be outside. And the fact that I found another one is probably proof that, you know, I've probably missed some fairly obvious ones. There was one very obvious one at this bridge here. Looking across the bridges, seeing if I can spot anything. All right, that's crystal number 3. Is that it? No, I think I need one more crystal. Let me check the opposite side. Nope, nope. No crystals here. No crystals down below. Nope. Let's look at the bridge over there. Any crystals? Oh, that's fine if Karis restored, actually. Just kidding. The objective marker did not update. Or if it did, I didn't see it. Second location, at least I know the crystals can be more hidden. So surely this time around, they are a little bit easier to spot, question mark. Yep, that crystal is super obvious. Gonna go destroy that one. Gonna kill some acolytes. I don't even know if I end up destroying all the crystals. Like, you know, I'm sure if you care about the crystal location, you probably definitely find an article on Google, like first result. But here we are. I'm just wasting a bunch of time running around, picking up prismatic telemetry. Honestly, oh, there, hold on, come on. Come on, buddy. I'm like, all right. All right, so there was another one that I did miss. Like, yes. You see it. Look. Just look at this. Look, yes. I'll just move your cursor a little bit more. Oh my God, you turned too much. All right, at least you got that crystal down. Unless I saw that crystal and then for some, nope, I didn't see that crystal. Nope. Yeah, look at this. It's so obvious I did not see that third crystal. We're close. We're gonna see it. I have to see it here, right? I'm gonna turn around and see it. I have to turn around and see it. Oh my God, I just walked through the portal. Are we serious? Do I walk back out of the portal? Yes, I do. Bro, how have I not spotted this? Look up. Just 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 look up. Wow, this is so frustrating. Holy. Unironically, I'm killing these taken just to get enough telemetry without even finding the crystal. Did I collect enough? Let's see. I did. The crystal, by the way, oh man. And I mean, I'll probably just zoom in the edit for the video while I've had it pause. But I can't believe I missed that crystal. That's crazy. I just killed enough enemies to make up for it. That's crazy, actually. I'm gonna go to good waste of time. All right, we have the final location though. Darkness. We have a quest apparently. Darkness and the Light. That sounds like a starter quest, to be honest. Not gonna lie. Here we are in the Harbingers Seclude. And let's see. What do we find? Some enemies. A lot of enemies. Any crystals? Crystals champ? Ooh, is that a crystal? Wow. That one's really hard to spot. Yeah, that's impressive. I can't believe I found this one. All right, killed everything. Let's walk up to this statue. I don't know why it took me so long to figure out the word. Any crystals? Ooh, that one. Nice. That's right. Look down. Yeah, that's right. Is there the one down there? No, probably not. Oh, there might be. You know, you never know. All right, nice. Good try. My progress looked like it's almost complete, so I might just unironically try to just kill a couple more taken instead of trying to find a crystal. I think the only place I found all the crystals were in the Spine of Karis. Pretty decent trigger discipline actually for the ad. All right, yeah, I just killed enough taken. I didn't even shoot. Oh my God, I forgot. Complete blind well runs in the Dreaming City? Really? Oh my God, dude. Imagine the quest chain going. The quest chain really went from go find these crystals in these areas to go do blind well runs. Am I being trolled? The blind well runs? What year is this? This is literally what I did on like day 1 or day 4 of Destiny. I was doing blind well runs day 4 when I started playing this game. Now we're back here doing blind well runs again. I'm okay. You don't need to see me do blind well runs. Blind well runs. You know, if you don't know what blind well. If you don't know what the blind well is, I mean, you probably should not be on this video, to be honest. All right, let's get this blind well nonsense out of the way. It's literally, it was an unironic hour of Blindwell. Nice. Wow. That's what you love to see. We return to the spine of Karis and present an offering to the Oracle engine.
Queen Mara is gone.
Nice. Good approach.
We don't know when she will return, nor the dangers she faces. We will stand vigil here until we have news.
It is interesting to note that actually, I don't know if the Techian has just not, dialogue has just not been updated to count for the return of Queen Mara, or if what. I feel like that's actually the case. Anyways, here we are in this Queen's Court. Yep. I was like, this is where Queen Mara resides. We have a little hologram of the pyramids. Very cool, very cool. A little planet sphere, I think. We have a little Oracle engine thingy. And we have the actual throne itself as it all looks onto a galaxy. Just gonna interact with it.
How long has
Boom.
it been since I last set foot within these halls? An isolated throne overlooking an endless cosmic expanse. A symbol of who I once was. Distant, detached, inscrutable. But as my brother has changed, so too have I. No longer do I sow solitude and reap remorse. I choose instead to trust.
Yes, that is your character arc, Mara. I did not need you to explicitly tell me what your character arc was. Wow. I like, you can explain the symbolism of, you know, blah blah blah, but like, you didn't have to specifically say, oh, as my brother has changed, so too have I. Come on, that's a little bit too on the nose.
To trust. I have no further need for this chamber, but with the Oracle engine restored, we can reach the heart of the confluence and the final egg. Return for now. When the time comes, we will complete our bargain and trust Riven to keep her word.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good looking skybox. I mean, that's like the, I mean, can you like, I think the gas is moving too fast in the skybox. Like, wow, is that really going to be my complaint here? Yeah, I know. I'm fucking trying to draw blood from a stone. But no, this skybox is epic. It's really grand. Like an offering sucks. Cannot acquire that chest, but I do like the symbolism of what this represented from Mara.
One final egg remains, one hidden within my own court by Tyrannus, in a secluded chamber of starlight and potential.
The confluence has aligned, and our goal is in sight. To know all our efforts are coming to fruition is exhilarating.
Is that a smile I hear in your voice, Osiris? You're lucky the Guardian has a few words, lest they ruin your stoic reputation in the tower.
I cannot help but feel alive in this moment, though there is still much to do. It seems possible now.
It is very interesting that our Guardian is of so few words. Honestly, that probably has to do with more meta reasons, like, you know, the fact that voice actors and localizing voice actors is expensive. And if you have like a voice actor for like the different races and genders for your Guardian, that's a lot of voice actors. So that's almost certainly the reason why there are not that many lines that our Guardian says. And honestly, that's not even that much of a problem. I do wish that there was more ability to converse with characters, though.
Of course. My final child is held captive in the Queen's private wing. How ironic. How appropriate. Just think, if we had continued working together with respect, with trust, as equals, we could have built so much more than this city. We could have been friends.
Riven's word supposes a reality in where Mara and her could have potentially been allies. Whether these feelings are caused by some sort of sentimental value that Riven is experiencing from, you know, understanding that she will have to complete this final wish and will probably fade away, and which I have no idea how Ahamkara death works, because, you know, Riven is already back as a apparition in the first place, so it's already kind of complicated in that way. So I have no idea what happens to the apparition form. I mean, I guess, you know, whatever form of consciousness she experiences will probably fade away. But, you know, that's not based on anything. That's just pure conjecture. Mara, interestingly enough, doesn't respond, so it's left kind of vague to how Mara might feel about this. Just based on the character evolution we've experienced thus far, you know, it's pretty safe to assume that, you know, Mara might share similar sentiments, but the unfortunate part about reality is that theory and idealism, when tested against the real world, they tend to not hold up to scrutiny, which is quite unfortunate.
We could have been friends.
Do you feel it, Mara? We stand before the end. All that remains is to know whether we are swept away by it, or it breaks against us.
And to see what consequences our wishes wrought. That is where my mind rests. Let hope stay my fears.
Hope, yes. But also our mettle, our actions. I am confident in our heading, come what may.
In Crow, in us, as am I.
Yeah, so here we are. We're talking about hope and continuing that theme along with these words. And Osiris also clarifies that it's not hope just based on something blind and, you know, untangible. It's based on our own actions and what we've accomplished thus far, right? We've conquered Oryx. I haven't conquered Oryx, but theoretically in canon, our Guardian killed Oryx. We've destroyed Savathun. We've destroyed Callus. We've overcome these insane world-ending threats. The Traveler has gone through so much, and we've succeeded time and time again. We should be confident in our own ability and believe in ourselves that we can achieve what we want. That's right. Very powerful message from Osiris here.
In Crow, in us, as am I. We've spent so long holding together the pieces, Osiris. Do you worry what will come after all of this?
No. I welcome it. I'm tired, Mara. I'm ready for what comes next. It's all right to admit you are too.
Yep, and they finish up the conversation by talking about how they're looking forward for the future, right? This constant fighting, these endless wars, they're very tiresome.
I'm ready for what comes next.
Osiris has gone through so much recently as well, right? He lost his ghost. He's had to learn Strand. Now he's trying to control the Veil. You know, it's a lot of responsibility for one person to take, and Mara, being the queen of the Woken and leader of her people, almost certainly shares in that sentiment with Osiris and the responsibility and burden she bears. And so, with this 15th wish, we should believe in ourselves to stop the witness and to bring about an era of peace and prosperity. I don't think anything too exciting happens here because, you know, it is actually interesting that, you know, you can access the Coil levels before completing the missions proper. Although thinking about it, honestly, if you had to play the missions before getting access to them in the Coil, that would make the matchmaking system like really, really annoying. Like maybe if it was like if the Coil got like a level per week based on the mission, then that would make more sense. And because I haven't completed the missions week by week and I'm doing them all at once, like, you know, right before the season ends, I get access to the full version of the Coil, which might be what's happening here. If any of you know what actually did happen, feel free to let me know. Yep, we're back here at the Assault Cloister. Don't really need to see me. They don't say anything interesting either, just some good banter. Yep. Just defeating some play wielders. All right.
These scorn are mindless husks raised by the witness, but others, they bear Fickrul's touch.
Has he resurfaced? Crow believes he fled the shore and remains a fugitive.
Petra reported activity from Fickrul's knights on Earth. They sought recruits, along with a dead Ahamkara's power.
Knights? Strategy? Their culture deepens.
So unfortunately, I ran through the portal a little bit too fast, so I'm not sure if Osiris has any more lines of dialogue or if Mara responds to this. But all this banter really does is set up events for what will happen past the final shape and past our defeat of the Witness. Because, you know, if we don't defeat the Witness, well, that's the end of everything. So, you know, let's pretend that, you know, everything is not going to end, because if we did pretend that everything was going to, or if we did believe everything was going to end, that would probably influence our behaviors and decisions in very, very terrible ways. But yeah, this is, if you want to know my thoughts on this, that's apparently this is going to be the content for season 2. I am interested in the relationship between Crow and Fickle now, because Aldrin was supposedly the creator of the Scorn from what I've gathered. So their re-encounter, it's going to be pretty interesting to analyze. Also, Osiris mentioned that Petra specifically reported activity from Fickle's Knights on Earth, which indicates to me that they're probably in the EDZ, because, you know, where else are you going to find knights? Which is interesting. You know, it's also the propensity for Scorn to grow and evolve their culture based on where they're located. It is interesting, you know, it might show like a actual higher level like thought process, and maybe Fickle might be more complicated, might be a more complicated figure than any impressions I'm getting. Also, it will be interesting to see how Crow handles the Fickle situation, as opposed to how he handled Fickle when he was Aldrin. If only, you know, I was able to play Forsaken and experience the story for myself in order to make better judgments and analysis. Because right now I'm just talking and trying to come up with what I think might be happening, which is unfortunate.
Fickle means to make a wish, then. For the Witness. They're attempting to force a wish from the embryo. This must not come to pass. A whip, like a venomous hatchling, who knows nothing of restraint. Fire team, engage the enemy.
Okay. So here these Scorn are just trying to force a wish from the embryo in the egg. Whether or not that's possible is something Mara will actually later say that, you know, she doesn't know if it's possible, but she'd rather not test it. And that's something that I would probably agree with, because it's still an Ahamkara. These are still pretty legendary creatures. Even a small baby Ahamkara could be disastrous if used in a way that is disadvantageous to us. Wow, I hate stream of consciousness so much. By the way, why does Osiris sound like that at the end here? Why is he doing his best Commander Zavala impression? What is happening? Fire team, engage the enemy. Hold on. Fire team, engage the enemy. Why is Osiris, what happened, buddy? Why do you sound like that? Why are you saying that in the first place? Why are you saying fire team engage enemy? What fire team? Okay, regardless. I do wonder what happened there. I might be just like a incorrect flag pass and a wrong voice line played or something. It's probably like it's a minor bug. Yeah, I mean, like the Pale Rot, I mean, these missions are not, you know, difficult at all in the normal mission, which is pretty unfortunate. I do wish that, you know, the difficulty was scaled to be like at least legend difficulty, if not the proper Coil difficulty, which I think was -20. No promises, since it's based on very, very loose research. Oh, apparently I didn't rally to the flag and I saved a rally. Wow. Wait, I'm actually 300 IQ. Wow. Wait, did I rally to the flag without using my super? Why am I rallying to the flag here? Okay, this could have been 300 IQ, but look at my resources. I have my super. I have both of my nades. I have my rift. My melee is almost back up. I still have 4 heavy ammo. I still have most of my special ammo. So this could have been a 300. Wait, I placed on 2 banners. Okay, that's what happened there. That could have been a 300 IQ play, but I wasted it for no reason. Why not just use your super first? I guess I just realized I probably didn't need it. I was just like, I'll just pick it up because I can. But yeah, there we go. See, if I use my super and use my super again, this would have been done like literally 30 seconds ago, 45 seconds ago. Good job, me. Great waste of time. Yep.
Could that have worked? Could the scorn have brought a wish to fruition like that?
No. At least, I do not believe it is possible. Though I wasn't willing to see them try.
This egg is not the first to find itself in your court. Did you intend to breed the Ankara again?
I intended to maintain a suitable suite of options from which to choose. Nothing more. Those plans were made so long ago, Osiris, and the eggs corrupted beyond healing. Things are different now. Whether the Ankara live on is not mine to choose.
To relinquish control is almost as frightening as trust or hope. Sometimes, that is all we have.
And in that trust, our pact concludes. I will make your wish.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything to add or analyze from this. Pretty straightforward. Like, if I had more knowledge about the past events of, you know, Mara and Osiris, I could analyze this a little bit better. But this line is, you know, definitely like part of the theme and the message going on here. To relinquish control is almost as frightening as trust or hope. Sometimes that is all we have, and that relates back to, you know, theme of hope and believing in our ability to succeed. You know, very important message that sometimes, you know, all we can do is believe, which doesn't feel good, but that's life.
Riven's last clutch, plucked from the void and saved from extinction. Maybe that bodes well for the rest of us. Either way, we held up our end of the bargain. Now it's Riven's turn. Hey, I need to tell you something while I have the chance. That first moment when I woke up in the Dreaming City, I was so lost, confused. I didn't know where to go, who to trust. Everyone hated me for something I couldn't even remember. But you helped me find my footing. And when my memories came back and everything made less sense than ever, you were there to see me through. You gave me the chance to walk through the Dreaming City with my head held high and the courage to follow a new path. Thank you, Guardian, for everything. See you, Starside.
Crow gives a nice little recap of, you know, his feelings on how he felt when we first when we tried to help him, and, you know, he's grateful for this. And because of this trust, he wants us to trust him, and he wants to take our place as the light bearer to go through the portal created by the 15th wish. And honestly, Crow's reasoning here is pretty sound. It does seem like their connection, the bond between Mara and Crow, is more paracausal than what my first believed. Like, initially, you know, it just seemed like, yeah, you know, they just have like a sibling bond or whatever. Maybe, I don't know, there might be some magic related thing to this, something relationship, love, magic. I don't know, it's pretty common themes or whatever. But yeah, but it does seem like it is definitely paracausal related. Actually, I say paracausal. I don't know why I'm saying paracausal. It just might be like, it might just be linked through like, well, it's because light and darkness are paracausal. Yeah, it definitely would have to be paracausal for sure. It's actually not within any sort of causality for this type of link. But yeah, I do believe Crow's right. He should definitely be the one to go through the portal. I do think actually don't think. Never mind.
Has the time come for my final meal? Your ambitions fed me well before. I've never tasted such a gulf between desire and reality. Then you killed me. Now you and I have returned to the start. Last meal, last words, last wish. May it bring you everything you deserve.
So Riven gives us a nice little recap on her feelings as well. But the line that is the most important, may it bring you everything you deserve. That the wording in that clause in particular is very, very important because it's also relaying back to overall themes of hope, right? And believing in our own ability, because she's specifically saying, may bring you everything you deserve. So it's up to us to decide our own fate. And whether or not we defeat the witness is up to us, and whether or not all the trials and tribulations we've succeeded against will help prove useful in this final battle. Because if our ideas are better, then in theory we should prevail over the witness. However, if the witness and their ideas are more supreme, then they will prevail and they will succeed in enacting the final shape. So it honestly ties into the overall themes of, Destiny. It is up to us to decide it. What will it feed within you? Indeed. Good question.
This one you shall cherish, O guardian mine.
You're sure about this?
I am. It has to be me. We'll find each other again.
Always.
I kept my promise, as you did yours. Isn't that a pleasant surprise?
For that, at least, you have my thanks.
And you have mine for always providing such a unique challenge. To impose your desires upon reality so artfully. You could teach my children a great deal. Until we meet again, Mara.
Is he?
He is on his way.
And there we have it. The almost final cutscene of Season of the Wish. There's nothing for me to really add here. It's since it's wrapping up the Season of the Wish, everything is pretty self-explanatory as it has to conclude upon the thematic on the thematic ideas introduced, and it's wrapping up the personal relationship between it literally wrapped up every single relationship here. Like, we resolved the tension between Riven and Aldrin and the madness that caused, and that got resolved by becoming Crow, and then Mara and Riven are now on friendlier terms than before because they've gained greater understandings of each other and the position they're in, and the reasons that they've taken actions so far. It's pretty self-explanatory. I like, which is good. It should be like, this doesn't need to have, like, since it's wrapping everything up, it doesn't need to be the most 7,000 IQ 300 layer deep cutscene, right? That wouldn't even make sense in this moment, right? But yeah, here we see they establish a connection and we get a musical sting at the end. Nice, cool. All right, I do have one more cutscene. All right, we can go ahead and blame Bungie for this one because I assume they are the ones responsible for running the Destiny 2 channel. For some reason, they do not upload their cinematic videos in 4K, which means that this presumably 4K rendered ultra wide cutscene is in 1080p, which means on my ultra wide display, we're about to experience a lot of black bars. You're welcome.
You died. So did you. Yeah, I don't have to call you Prince anymore, do I?
Oh, pre-order now. Do not look at that date, and do not look at the date of this video especially. All right. Honestly, once again, not too much for me to analyze. There is some interesting stuff I can point out though. Like, if you want to read super deep into it, we can see Aldrin, as he's ejected out, he's falling down, right? But he's able to grasp onto his bearings and jump before laying on the ground, right? Which is really shows, he's competent at the very least, right? And he's able to slide, boom. And then we get a direct view of presumably where the witness has made its base. From the monolith, there's some sort of reddish lava spewing out underneath it, creating cracks in the terrain, and the smoke pluming above from the open cavernous top bellows out and and the conic shape honestly resembles the head of the witness. The lightning is, adds a lot of tension and, intensity to the smoke as well. We see Aldrin respond pretty well. Like he gets shot at. Yep. Okay. He gets shot at by Cade. He's able to jump into cover, gets immediately behind cover, pulls out his weapon, tries to assess the situation, notices an enemy, takes a few shots while running into a different piece of cover. Competent. For some reason, he doesn't. Okay, so actually, this is good. So Cade, there was a tripwire mine forcing him out of cover. So Aldrin has to jump out of the way, is now in the open, right? And then Aldrin presumably pulls out his gun and sees Cade, as we can see. Like if we look on Aldrin's face, I keep on calling him Aldrin. I don't know why I'm calling him Aldrin. I never even knew him as Aldrin. Sorry, Crow, my bad, apologies. But as we look at Crow, we can see his face change, his lips contort as he clearly recognizes Cade. And then Cade takes advantage of this by disarming him. We heard the sound effects in this cutscene are excellent, by the way. Everything is super crisp. The knife drop is kind of weird. It kind of sounds like, that's not what I think a metal would sound like if it landed on something as dense as the ground. But that's super nitpicky on my end. That's actually so nitpicky. And that's is that really criticism? Musical things aside, boom, good framing. Here we have the light mountains, and on the left side where Aldrin is lying, if we take a look at that background, we have the more gloomy look. And if we took a look at the background behind Cade, it's a lot more vibrant, kind of holy, right? It's a good contrast. And if we take a look at the poses, we have Crow on the ground, taking on the position of where Cade previously was. Cade, on the other hand, has taken the position of Aldrin and is now the one in power. It is interesting if we take a look at Cade, more specifically, his gun, the Ace of Spades, there's some sort of webbing, there's some sort of light paracausal stitching holding the gun together. However, this is not present on Cade himself, which is interesting. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but the fact that it's not even on Crow or anywhere on Cade's body might be indicative of something. And as, Cade tries to pull the trigger, we have a glint come out, which, Cade recognizes that as a ghost, since he was also previously a light bearer. And now that he knows, and since he knows what being a light bearer entails, he knows that Crow is not Aldrin, which means he died through some means and is now back alive as a light bearer and is working for the Traveler, which means that they are now presumably on the same side, which is why they get along together. Also, taking a look at Aldrin's gun, the barrel kind of looks like a the tricorn, the Destiny logo, the tricorn. Interesting. Yeah, see, I don't know if the sound effects really good. Yeah, yeah, not sure what the light stitching means. Okay, well, I kind of know what the light stitching means, but when I was playing this, I was like, when I saw this, I was like, I wonder what the light stitching means. I still don't know what exactly light stitching means, but I kind of can take some valid guesses. But here we are. This is also resolving that tension, from the deaths of both of them, because they both died now, and now Now they have come together to defeat a common enemy. Wow.
Yeah, I don't have to call you Prince anymore, do I?
See, Kate even gets in a nice little quip that makes sense and explains the situation. And it also does a lot of characterization, right? Because by asking that question, depending on how Crow responds, that would be indicative of how, you know, Crow and Uldren have changed in mentality, right? Maybe Uldren would not have like if Crow was more like Uldren, he might have, you know, not taken that type of disrespect or that quip, or would have been more aggressive, or would have been like, yeah, you still have to call me Prince or something, right? But by Crow not responding, you know, it shows an evolution in this character. Wow. All right, that's it for this part of Season of the Wish. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything more to say. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or want to know my thoughts on anything more involved within Season of the Wish, feel free to let me know.